Let's do this. Resume. It's the best way of playing it? Oh, good. I'm glad you agree. I think so too. E, how's it going? Welcome in. More Outer Wilds. We're doing it. Not even a hint that Jen needs a hint, right? No hints, only love. Aw. Okay, so our last death, I'm pretty sure, was also... Oh, you know what our last death was? It was in Brittle Hollow. It was to the black hole because I followed the gravity crystals thinking it would take us to the observatory, and it did not. So, I think this time, I do want to try to go back to, back to Brittle Hollow, because I want to try one more time to get to the observatory, and we didn't try it via the cannon, right? Because I had said I was going to try it via the cannon, and I didn't. We tried it from Riebeck, and then like walking our way across a path of crystals to get there. We went to, what is that one area that had the crystals? Was it the school district? I think it was the school district. So let's not do that. Let's go to the cannon. And then if it doesn't go well, if we die to the black hole, if we are so sick and tired of Brittle Hollow, we'll abandon it and do something else. So we'll do, can one of the mods set up a prediction of will Jen find the observatory on this loop? And we'll see if we're fruitful this time. I'm not a mod, but I'll dropkick any backseaters into oblivion. Oh my gosh, Kaz. No rhetorical answers for rhetorical questions, yeah. You can't do something online, then I guess you have to take it IRL. We've got a plan. We do have a plan. I don't think there's much to read here right now, so it's just habit to come and open this. No green, a lot of orange, a lot of question marks. All right, 3, 2, 1, blast off. Bye, Timber Hearth. We'll be back sooner than we'd probably like to be. We did a lot of this same exact takeoff on Friday, and I'm sure we'll probably do it a lot more. Timber Hearth is the cutest. It's so good. I won't stop raving about how Timber Hearth is like what makes you fall in love with the game. The space is awesome, the puzzles are cool, deciphering everything is really fascinating, but I wouldn't be doing any of that if I hadn't fallen in love with Timber Hearth. I wouldn't care as much as I do. Alright, where's our cannon? I think you can land in the cannon, maybe. I just don't know if I will be able to do that. You know what we should also put on the list of things to do today? Conquer my fears of Hollow's Lantern. I think that'll be fun if we do that. Yep. That's all. That's all I gotta say to that. Ooh, that was weird. Can we do this, do we think? Yeah, go right in there. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. It's got the same shape that we were using as the other landing pad. We did it. Thank you for that prediction. I appreciate it. Vote now. I missed it when it went up. I was focusing on flying, but get your votes in, get your guesses in, get your points in. You have a minute left. Might sound weird to you, but Brittle Hollow is your favorite planet. I think you mentioned that when we went there, or someone did. It's a couple people's favorites. I don't like it personally, but that's because I'm biased against all the deaths we've had there. It is interesting. It's just hard to love it when it's constantly crumbling on us. Love the museum they have. There's some good stuff, some good stuff. We had a good landing. It's a good start to the day. Let's read some of these things. Southern Observatory. We haven't done this yet, right? Because we haven't done this little thing because I was afraid it was going to catapult us to our death. But let's try it. Wish me luck. This is the one that launched us into the wall, right? Or I couldn't drop down into the path that I wanted to? Yeah, I think that was it. Right here, right? Nope, nope, nopity, nopity, nope. I'm using fuel, but it won't let me out. Okay, rip. That sucks. How the heck are we supposed to get out of that thing? We're not done yet. We could still find the observatory. But it's a long walk back. I was so confident. We were right there above the thing and it just wouldn't let me get out of it. What? What is this? Is that always here? I think so. I guess we've never landed on that bit before. Strange. Might do 2 minutes the next one? Okay, yeah. 1 minute goes by fast. Hypothetical, I haven't been paying attention. I don't know what the options mean. Oh, it means if I die or the sun explodes before we find the observatory. So like the loop's not over yet. We could still find it. It's not looking good, but it's possible. It's just really hard to get back there. From what I know so far, or for my skill level, it's been really difficult to get back there after we have an incident. But we can get back to this spot, and we can get air and fuel. Look at, wait, why does Lantern look so close right now? I guess it always looks like that. Actually, I don't know if we can get air here. What have I done before to get out of this area? I think we've just kind of walked around. We just gotta be careful, because if I get too wild with the jetpack, we go right into the hole. I wish we could make a save state right in that tunnel, so I didn't have to go all the way back just to try that same little gravity tunnel again. I don't know. I don't think this is gonna be the loop. We might give up on Brittle Hollow. Because I don't know if we've ever successfully gotten somewhere after going back to Whitehole Station. I feel like the loop should be longer sometimes. Oh, I definitely do. Absolutely. I wish they were longer. I hope to lose my points. Yeah. It's a rough one for the first prediction because I feel like we had such a good plan. I probably shouldn't say what my plan is before we do the prediction, right? Just have you blindly guess what you think will happen. Are we going in a circle? Because that's the glacier again. Okay, this is a black hole entrance over here. Entrance isn't the right word, but you know. I don't think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna run out of oxygen. I don't think there's anything within walking distance. I should be walking towards specific things on the little mini map, but I was just kind of winging it, and that was a bad idea. What's the smoke over here? Are there trees? Is this a camp? Is this above where Riebeck is, maybe? Because there's a tree. This is gonna collapse from a meteor. Oh, this is the ruins, I think. We can get down from here. We've done it once before. There's a way to get down. But we gotta be careful of ghost matter. I think it's over here? There's a fire. Oh, I don't remember how to do it. It's one of these. There's like a little hole, I thought. I might, maybe. Oh wait, hang on. Here's staircase. Did we do it? Oh my gosh. But where does this take us? I don't know. Oh, this is the little like factory situation. We've died here before. Hooray for smoke. Yeah, I was on autopilot like, I'll walk around, I'll find something. And I thought to myself, you know, I might not. That might not be a good method. This should take us back to Riebeck, I think, or close to him. But to get from Riebeck to the cannon, I don't know how that's gonna work. Let's go say hello and get some O2 perhaps. We're actually pretty good on oxygen, but I just want to go say hi. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Hey, buddy. We made it, sort of. Now let me think. Map-wise, there's a map nearby that we can look at. The banjo makes me feel like I'm home again. The banjo is so good. There's a map nearby that we can look at, but I don't know that we can get to the cannon from here, but we can try. Any loop where you get to say hello to Riebeck is a good loop. This is true. I know. I love this little campfire. But the map is above us, right? I just came down to say hi to Riebeck and get oxygen and fuel. So let's go back to the map. Let's go back to the map and try to decipher the best way to get to the cannon. This is a surface we can walk on, yeah. Do I just do one of these? Yeah. So here's the map. But I don't always, oh dear. I don't always know what the map means. I think crossroads is that. I hate that. I don't like when chunks of ground fall. Crossroads is the center thing with all of those little platforms maybe, and we currently are where? What is this? Oh no, I'm not sure. This is the, whatchamacallit, the hanging city right there. Can we get to it from one of these? I guess we'll try. I know there's a couple of these paths. What does this say? Gravity cannon. Yeah, this should be the direction we take. But I think we've done this before, and this is also like a broken warpy thing, right? I don't know, we can see. It's right over there. There's our ship. It's still safe. Do we have to hop over from crossroads? Have we done this before? I think we have gone over these little like whatchamacallits, scary bits of land. It's right there. We see it, and we've got the ship marker to help us get back to it, which is nice, because that other landing spot we use sometimes ends up getting destroyed earlier than the cannon would get destroyed, I think. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So close, but so far. Okay, if nothing else this loop, I'm so proud that we got back here. Right? This never happens. Every time we die, it's just a game over. Yeah, successful navigation back. Okay, wow. Now do we just jump out into that thing again? So here's my question. Is there something, this is a safe word question, early on I know, but is there something that I'm missing? How to put this? It's not a yes or no question. I just need to jetpack out of that gravity stream, right? I need to figure out a way to jetpack into the other path. Right? I'm just not doing it correctly. I just hate that we have to come all the way back to this spot just to try it again. Yeah, it has to do with, okay, so what's up is right trigger, so I have to use left trigger to like boost myself down into it. Does that sound like an okay theory? Will that work? You need to manipulate yourself a little bit. You'll get quicker every time. Okay. I want to get this though. Let me, is there a sign to read? No, we just gotta go this way. Oh God, I hate it. I think I have to stay looking straight forward too, because if I start moving my head around, it's gonna mess with whatever I'm trying to do. Looks like the other one's turned off. Because it probably got destroyed. Oh my gosh. Are we falling? Okay, we gotta go faster. Because this piece of land disappears. Can we go back? No. Well, we got it, but we didn't get it quick enough. Oops, we're gonna catapult into our death. Didn't quite slow my momentum quick enough there. We're in critical condition. Knowledge gained, yeah. Oh, frustrating. Let me in. Beast, how's it going? Welcome in. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good Monday. Would have died immediately. Oh my gosh. We're so distressed. All right, let's, I guess, go back. I'm not sure. Broke your nose in 100 places. Yeah, pretty much. Ouch for Whitehole Station. Yeah. Because now that we're here, I just don't think there's much we can do, right? Do people stream this game with like a timer up on the screen for each cycle? I think that would be funny. The Hearthians are tough, they really are. How did we do this last time? I started walking towards the blue marker, which I guess is the South Pole. Because Southern Observatory. See, haven't seen a timer. More common is counting deaths. Okay, fair. How did we get around there before, though? Look at that sun. Haven't seen someone streaming with a timer other than speedrunners. Yeah, makes sense. There's the Interloper. We could stand to hang out with the Interloper a bit more. Did see one person that counted black hole trips. So many. I wish I had. It's too late now. One of my favorite games, but I gotta sleep. I'll catch up on the VOD. Okay, Velas, sounds good. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good sleep. There's our moon. What is that? Oh, that's our ship marker. Interesting. I don't think I noticed that before. I wonder if we can just get to the cannon and jump down that way if I don't have to go the long way around. Probably not. I'm doing a little bit better job with the map this time. I think that was something that I didn't think I was gonna have to do so diligently, or we hadn't needed like incredible map skills yet, but now we do and they're helping. And I'm not calling them incredible, we'll just say like adequate map skills. But I don't think we can get to the cannon at this point. Oops, I think I misjudged that jump a bit. Vitals critical. Let's go in our ship and heal. And then do we want to boost ourselves out of this cannon? It's a new speedrun trick in any percent that I just found out about today. Anyone who's played, I recommend checking it out. It's wild. 2 times successful navigation to the cannon. How did we do that? Now we know. I was a little reckless with that jump, but worth it, I think. Look at, we're healed. We're fully healed. Can we use the little controls from the thing, though? No, I don't think so. I think we can shoot our ship out of it, but it doesn't help us. Speedrun categories for the game are delightful, I bet. Any landing you walk away from, yeah. Which side has the controls? I don't think it's this one. I don't remember what's over here. How much have we explored this? Does this just say crossroads? Yep. Music is gonna start relatively soon. Oh, we haven't done this yet. I remember seeing it and being afraid of it. Oh, is this the original stairs? No, never mind. It's got one of these. Does it have a thing nearby? Is there anything back there? I think I can see it from the other side. No, it's just empty. Oh, here's a thing. Grab, 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 grab. I don't know if we've done this one yet. I hear you, music. I hear you. Wait a little bit longer. I need to do a thing. I'm at the shuttle. I'm ready to take my first pilgrimage to the quantum moon. That's exciting. You're almost ready, but there's still one more rule you need to learn. Come to me at the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. The tower is on the opposite side of Brittle Hollow. If you can follow the path west of the crossroads, you can reach the tower from there. My gratitude for the directions. I'll see you soon. Well, we know how to get there, but at least we have a little extra dialogue from this run. It's something. Anything else I can do? There's a staircase. Hang on, friends. I'll get back to chat in a second. I feel like we've done so much. I want to do the pool. The pool, the pool, the pool. Can we do it in time? We got 60 seconds, right? What does this show us? A walkway, okay, that used to be there. And then I can walk outside of the pool, right? So if we go up there, there used to be something above this. Is that what that's telling me? We're losing time. Oh, this is the upper part of the gravity cannon. There's like trees up here. I don't know that that's telling us that much, but it was fun to follow a little path. No, just wait a little bit longer, son. No. Reading fast, we read so fast. Basically that, like, message on the wall gave us directions to the quantum knowledge tower, but we've been there, and that's where we usually land our ship. But it's nice to have a section of text that explains the crossroads and like how things are related, and that matches the map that we've seen. There's a documentary about the game which I can totally recommend. Maybe you could watch it. Oh yes, Bone, we've had it recommended too. When I beat it, I'm definitely gonna watch it. Absolutely. Music is so good, yeah. I just had something that wasn't soup and it worked out okay. Nice, CG, that's good. Imagine Harthians using scouts to look for lost objects behind the couch, yes. Oh, we did it. Okay, who did the prediction? We didn't get to the observatory, so if you voted that I would not get to the observatory, you get your points.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wooden Towel, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Oh, hey Jaffix, how's it going? Welcome in. We're just having a tea break. We finished a loop, and it was a good loop. Better than the ones we had Friday, but we didn't accomplish what we were hoping we would. I think we'll get it next time around, though, because I figured out how to get through the little things, the gravity streams. It's looking really good, and even after a black hole trip. I know, 2 black hole trips. After the first one, it was looking good that we might get to the observatory, but it was too late. It crumbled already. The path crumbled. Now I have to figure out if I should have taken the right path versus the left path, because there's 2 gravity streams, and I'm not sure which one, if they're different or if it doesn't matter. Quality jetpacking this loop, thanks. We took some damage, we face planted, but it was worth it for the speed, maybe. All right, I think, mods, if one of you, oh, somebody had it. Cool. Thank you, mods. I think Semi-Cortex, you got points, yeah? You hoped you wouldn't, but... Oh, man. Sorry, I need some tea and maybe a marshmallow. Oh, perfect. Just enough for emo only mode. Let's do it up. Let's, here, I need to tab out for a second. There's a documentary, no update in ship log. But you count it as a success? Me too. Unfortunately, it can be spoilery in the names, but could be fun to look at afterwards. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I won't look at anything until we beat it. All the emotes. We're going to resume. Spam all of your coziest campfire marshmallow eating emotes while we do our ceremonial marshmallow that we eat at the start of every loop, or whatever emotes you want. That's fine too. I'm partial to cozy emotes. That counts, Holly. Burnt bagel. Oh, the hot cocoa one is really cute. Or sip if you have other sip emotes. Or nom. And in the meantime, I saw your question, TT. I don't think we'll do the exact same prediction because I feel like the odds have tipped. Maybe this is overconfidence, but I feel like the odds have tipped too much in my favor to get to that path now that we know what we're doing. Or it's less of a up in the air, right? Because we figured out what we need to do for that next step. There could be another hurdle after that little bit of gravity stream, though, that I don't know about, actually. But let's save it for the next one. Let's save the next prediction. After we get to the observatory, I think we'll try to go to the lantern. And so maybe we'll save it for that. Like, will I burn to a crisp and hollow lantern or not? How does that sound? Did we get an update? I don't think so. Oh, we did. One teeny little one. A Nomai named Solona was told to visit the Tower of Quantum Knowledge on Brittle Hollow's equator to learn one final rule before embarking on her pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon. Yep. That was a cool clue to find. Thank you for the emo only mode. Thanks, I hope you had fun. We might make that, maybe we'll make that a little bit longer. 1 minute goes by so quickly. All right, we're launching a little bit late. 3, 2, 1, go. A little bit later in the day, so our planet is not going to be... Oh, it's over here though. It's not in the exact same spot that we wanted, but it was actually turned out pretty good. If we launch that same time of day also, look at where the Interloper is right now. That could be helpful. Potentially. Here's our cannon. Oh, look at it. You can see something on it. Okay, we gotta do that soon. Okay. Get lined up a little better and then I'll turn on the landing cam. Okay, let's do it. Oop, there's somebody with like a motorcycle or something outside. Go, go, go. I like the flying in this game a lot. It's real fun. I think we've had a lot of success with our flying, so that makes me feel okay. Love how trippy this planet is. Interloper soon, yeah, I think so. And sun station. All right, let's review. Which way is up? Left trigger, or not up. Left trigger will push us down out of the path that we're about to take. So we do one of these. Okay, left trigger when we get there. Let's go. Go, Jen, go. You got this. Ready, go. But not too much. And then we walk along here. If this isn't the right path, I think... Okay, hang on. We did have to go the other one. Ooh, can we make stuff like that? We can't, right? Why would they make it like this? Are there crystals somewhere? No? Okay. But now what? Did we have to take the other one? No, it looks like there's a gravity stream up there. Do I not have my flashlight on? Why am I always walking around in the dark? The flying can be hard to learn because of all the orbiting stuff, but it's so satisfying when you get the knack of it. Jetpack is strong. If you know, like, if you preempt your jumps, the jetpack is so nice and strong. If you're like, okay, going into this jump, I need to do X, Y, Z. Like this, we need to go up. Oh, so nervous, so nervous, so nervous, but I see Glacier. Glacier's a good sign. But it's above us. How do we get up to it? We gotta get up to it. Oh, gravity crystals. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Ah. Don't panic. Ooh, they're missing. Is it... Do I need to go up there? And oh, I see some right there. Okay, yeah, so I think we have to do like a jump leap of faith, but I don't think it's gonna work. So maybe there's another path? Let's not do that jump leap of faith yet, because there might be another way to get there. Oh, but I don't know if I can get back to where I was. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think there's anything else over there. I don't like that noise. Okay, let's try it, I guess. Why do they have to make it so hard to get there? Let's boost real strong with our jetpack. We'll give it our best. We'll give it our all. Okay. It's strong. The jetpack is strong. Come on, I see trees. I see trees. We have to do one of these. Okay. Okay. The crystals are all over the place. They're like really broken. Sorry for the gasping. Jetpack to the other beam took me 5 attempts. I'm just so pressed to hopefully make this work, but we're not in the clear yet. Because we've got, it looks like, don't go too far on the ledge. It's down there. We've got what looks like another jump right here, but there's a tree in the way. And then there's this ledge. I don't know if we can make something like that. Maybe. It's just very ominous whenever you're jumping over a chasm like that. Gasp louder. Let's do a little peek first. I don't want to fall, but I wish I could see a little bit better what's to the right. I think we're just gonna have to go for this one. I don't trust jumping up like that. I don't think we're gonna get the height. All right, ready, friends? I just am afraid to go to the right because I can't see, and this at least I can see what's up there. Yeah, that was the right call. Because we would have gone over that, and I just don't know if we would have cleared it to get to there. Now I'm looking for, oh, I don't like that noise. I'm looking for more crystals potentially to get to the top. We need that beam. How do we get to that beam? Just jump up into it from the highest point we can find? Looks like we need to go down around there. Palms are sweaty, gasp louder. Oh my gosh, I know, eating popcorn, waiting to see if we get it. We can make this. So this is where I almost tried to jump, but then got a little scared. Can we make that? Nope, we're done. I can't see what's happening. Oh, we landed on something. Okay, we have this. We can do this. I didn't think I was gonna land on a ledge, and we did. That almost didn't work out. Oh, okay. Go! Please go! We did it! Oh my god. This has cool music in here. Cassava's construction yard has been using the cyclones on Giant's Deep to lift orbital probe cannon parts into orbit, but one component was pushed down past the current that usually prevents anything from sinking. Progress! I did not know there was a ledge there. I'm sorry, we were cutting it real close. Spire and I are crafting a model to determine why this happened. An update. It's now clear there are 2 different types of cyclone. Most cyclones on Giant's Deep rotate clockwise. Those are the cyclones Cassava typically uses to send components into orbit, and we've been catapulted into orbit before by said cyclones. There also exists a rare type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction and pushes objects beneath the waters below the current. Cool. My gratitude, Spire. Conway is showing me your handiwork, and I'm intrigued by this secondary type of cyclone, but was it really necessary to build a model to tell me that? The model will be useful as we continue monitoring Giant's Deep. Also, I very much wanted to make a model. I like the Nomai. Okay, cool. That one goes up. That one goes down. Nice. Yay! What else is there to do here? This looks like a tablet. Yep. Oh, the music is cool in here. So does this give us some writing first? Yeah. Conway, Daz, and I were lifting orbital probe cannon components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank down beneath the current. I need some tea for this one. I love how nerdy the Nomai are, yes! Children's Museum architects at heart. Oh my gosh, one of my favorite game soundtracks. This is good. I'm glad we finally got here. Conway, you should have seen it. We thought it was impossible for any cannon components to sink even partially below the current, but ours sank straight to the core. Cassava convinced me not to try to recreate the phenomenon myself using other cannon parts, but we're very curious to know what happened. How could something pass through the current? My gratitude for your interesting question. This is exciting. Spire constructed a model of Giants Deep here at the Brittle Hollow Southern Observatory, and it reveals how an object might sink below the current. Conway, I'm unable to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If I visit the observatory, would you kindly explain? If you don't mind the trek beneath the surface to the South Pole, I'd be delighted to see you. The trailhead starts at Brittle Hollow's equator. Wait, let me read that again. Okay. There's a path that goes up there. Let's do this real quick and see what we can see. This is so trippy. I did not know what was happening the first time we did one of these projection pools. It looks like there was a path right there at one point. There's another wall that used to have writing there. There's a bunch of these. Oh, this looks like, yeah, Giants Deep. It's got the same exact arches. Let's just walk out of the pool. Okay, nice. And then this path used to, what's over here? Is this the door that was broken from the other side? From here I did it. I put the ship down safely. The ship went down. I didn't sustain bodily harm. A few minor repairs. It's like the ship never even hit those rocks. One of my better attempts. Feldspar would have laughed at me, I bet. Yeah, we've read this. Oh god. I can get inside from here, but I know the path's below the surface. Okay, so now this is open, but I don't think we wanted to open that. Well, it's open now. Let's walk up this thing. What is this in the center? Where does this go? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like it. It's scary. Sykes, how's it going? Welcome in. Insert existential comment about reality and space, right? It's a lot happening. It's just, there's a lot to do here too. Okay, that's just a nice bench. There's some writing and a bunch of levers we can play with. Let's go read the writing first. I don't want to run out of time. So they make it purposefully very hard to get here, so I feel less bad about it now, but it took us forever to get to the observatory. How should our methods change as we continue our search for the eye of the universe? We know what the eye looks like thanks to the quantum moon. So what if we try to find the eye visually instead? Let's send out a probe. We need to build a probe launching mechanism to cover those long distances quickly. A cannon in orbit around a celestial body would circumvent the need to escape the gravity's pull. Giants Deep would be a good choice. It's furthest from the sun, so it would provide the best angles for launch. And it's moonless, except when Quantum Moon is visiting. Mal's idea is clever, but we have no idea where the eye is in relation to here. The probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. I believe I have a solution for the problem. Have you spoken with Rami and Pi about technology they're developing? As we couldn't find the eye signal using two different devices built for this exact purpose, we should discontinue the search method. Let's build a cannon in orbit around Giant Steep. Okay. How should search methods change? Solution for that problem have we solved? Raimi and Pi, are those people that made the tracker for the eye signal? Because that was a thing at one point that we were trying to find. Harder place to get. Indeed, that was part of why I found it both interesting and useful to hear someone describe the game platforming, detective, and puzzle elements. Yeah, it really is like puzzly platform. I know isn't that a genre already? But like the fact that you have to figure out the buttons of like, okay, jetpack and some stuff will crumble and get there sooner rather than later. Those are like timing and puzzle elements that aren't always in platformers. That's kind of cool. What have we learned thus far in our search for the Eye of the Universe? Suppose the eye doesn't wish to be found. Kasaba, how can you suggest that the eye's signal called out to summon us from the star system? I'm aware. I grew up hearing the eye's story, yet we're no closer to finding it than you were when you first arrived here. Those of us on the vessel originally followed the eye signal to this star system, but we were unable to warp to the eye itself. The locator we built on Adelrock and the new, more sensitive locator we built here were both unable to detect any trace of the eye signal. The eye stopped emitting its signal. Based on our knowledge of the quantum moon, we believe the eye is in orbit around this star system's sun. This would mean the eye is located within a finite, albeit enormous, range. So interesting. So this is the more sophisticated tracker that they built, right? This will show us different things. This will show us the eye. That's the signal coming out of it? What am I looking at? Is this just setting up an orbit for us to observe? Okay, things are being destroyed outside. Is that putting things on these orbits or something like that? I just want to see Bramble now. Where's Bramble? Oh, there's Bramble's orbit. Okay. Here's Giant Deep orbit. Okay. Here's Brittle Hollow orbit. Okay. Timber Hearth orbit. Okay. Twins. Okay, Quantum Moon's over there hanging out. I don't think we can use this on the model here. What do we see? What does this tell us? Let's turn on the eye again. It's easy to forget how much movement challenges this game asks of people. Can be really rewarding. Yeah, it adds another hurdle that I wasn't expecting, and I'm sure most people don't expect. It's a little frustrating because you're kind of looking forward to the puzzle bits and not the platformer bits, but it is worth it to get there. I hear the cyclone underneath us. I'm wondering how much there is to do in the observatory that I am missing out on if I look at this thing for too long. But I feel like this is the same pattern. I mean, look at the way these move. This is the same thing that quantum moon tracker did, or at least similar to it, right? When it started spinning in a million circles, and it just keeps pointing at new directions. Does this move when I look away from it? But I don't think this is the same type of a deal as the quantum moon. It's different. I wish I could show... Oh, look at, there's another... This is way, way, way outside of the solar system. They show the solar system inside. It's that teeny little thing right there. So maybe we do have to use one of those other ships again in the cannon, but do a better job with it than I was doing before and figure out a better way to pilot it. And not just get launched into oblivion. Because something happened when we went too far out. We didn't die to the supernova. We died to... I thought we just froze. But we don't know for sure. Okay, so below there isn't scary. It's just how this projection thing is working, I think. Interesting. Anything else to do here? Can we read these? No, it's just showing what it's supposed to look like. You love these sort of visual communications. Isn't that a beautiful model? Don't ever stop the Nomai from making models. Is there ever anything on the backs of these? Lots of and notes in chat. I know. Jen, sounds interesting. I love how the narrative is delivered so non-linearly. Only video games can do something like this with stories, right? Isn't that cool? And the way that you read these scrolls even, I don't have to read it in order because oftentimes I don't, just accidentally, but you piece it together and you say, okay, I know all those little chunks of this now. Fun hearing someone interpreting diagrams, yeah. We don't have a clip of the not dying to the supernova, but I could find it. If that's something people are interested in, I feel like we could find that and track it down. Oh, so interesting. I wonder how much else... Okay, I think we're gonna run out of time. How much else can you see about each of the individual planets if we turn this eye off? It's wild to see even just a ton of variation in which places people visit first. I'm sure there's a huge amount of variation. I kind of want to find Giant's Deep. Since it's the biggest, it might be the easiest to see something significant on it, but it looks like they're just spheres. They don't look like they're marked in any particular way. Well, Bramble looks like Bramble. Bramble's the weirdest entity. We gotta go back to Bramble someday, but I don't wanna. Bramble is so freaky, and it's the first one I visited. Oh my gosh, Bramble terrifies me. It's so odd. It's like I'll never come here again, right? I can't jetpack up there to look at it. I mean, I can, but I don't think it's that worth it. Maybe. And there's no other switches in here of things I can turn on. Oh, there goes the ship. Bye! There's our music. I love how stable the observatory is. This is still standing completely pristine up until the start of the music. Cabbage, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. Some people like Dark Bramble. I don't understand them personally. Ship's on a journey again, yeah. Well, if we missed anything, then we missed it. It's possible we could end up coming back. Although I don't super look forward to it just because of what a pain it was to get here. But we did it once, we can do it again. We looked at this writing. We looked at the pool. Let's do it one more time. Oops. Just to see. They made it look like this is like another pool on... Actually, this is a pool of Giant's Deep. This is not... I always forget that those just show you like another area at the same time. I don't know why that is. I haven't figured out the pools yet. Quality construction by the Nomai? Definitely. You like Dark Bramble? Okay, well, it's fine to have that opinion. Maybe I'll grow to like it. Maybe. We haven't seen much of it yet. Goodbye. Goodbye! Some people like Deepness too. This is true. Deepness is kind of cool. It's been a while since I've been back. I've forgotten the terror. It's been a long day. I'm glad I was able to catch your stream. Me too, Cabbage. It's always good to have you here. We've made some progress today, too. Deep bramble, darkness. We're so lucky our sun doesn't do that. Isn't it supposed to? But just like, we're not alive in that time period. I'm glad our sun doesn't do that every 22 minutes. Partly because I find it fascinating. Can't say more. Let's go read our log. This is exciting. He's late. I was saying I haven't figured out the projection pools and why they work the way they do. I haven't figured out the gravity cannon ships. We've called a couple of them back. We've launched one of them, 2 of them, but we haven't fully. There's more to that. Tornado simulation, Southern Observatory. It looks like we found everything. Oops, view entry. The new, more sensitive locator to the Nomai built in this observatory was unable to detect any trace of the eye's signal. Based on their knowledge of the quantum moon, the Nomai believed the eye was in a distant orbit around the sun. The Nomai decided to, stop searching for the eye signal and instead look for it visually by sending out a deep space probe. There were concerns that the probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. Most cyclones on Giant's Deep rotate clockwise. These are the cyclones the Nomai used to send components into orbit. There also exists a rare type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction and pushes objects beneath the waters and below the current. I think that's all we got, but it was definitely worth it. We can go back to Giant's Deep now. I mean, we could have before, but now we definitely can. I kind of want to go to the Hollow Lantern first, just to see what happens. I think we'll do a prediction for that one, too. Our sun's going to do a slow expansion that eventually envelops the Earth, but I mean slow. Yeah, okay. Too small to go supernova. Oh, okay. So, like... Okay. Growing and expanding and consuming stuff, but not supernova blowing up like that. Gotcha. Alright, friends. Let's get a prediction going. Mods, is one of you ready and able to do that? I think we have time because we don't have to launch immediate. Well, no, we don't have time. What am I saying? I'm gonna pause it. TT's ready. Will Jen burn to a crisp on Hollow Lantern? That's the prediction. I think I have to wait because it's a really quick journey to get to Hollow Lantern, and we can see it almost immediately when we take off. So we'll give it a couple minutes to let you all predict and use your channel points if you would like. I don't know. Don't say anything. Don't lead it either way. I have no idea what's going to happen. We've never landed on it. We've flown close to it, and I've said, wow, that's a lot of lava. I don't think I can land there. But we're going to earnestly try because there's a couple of, like, rock formations on it that maybe we can get out and check it out. I don't know what kind of heat protection our suit has. But it must be okay, because I think eventually we will be able to not land on the sun station, but I think we'll be able to just our Hearthian body visit the sun station. I don't think our ship is going to be able to survive that kind of heat, but maybe we can, which is something I should take into consideration also. Okay, I think this one's 2 minutes, right? This is a 2-minute poll. You've got time to use your channel points if you would like. Maybe while we're doing this, I'll do a little more reading, just so we can listen to some game sounds while y'all are predicting. Your remains will go to the sun station eventually. Yeah. Here, I'll show you what we learned from the frozen Nomai shuttle. The Nomai landed on the Interloper not long after its arrival in the solar system. The shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. Clary, the Nomai who stayed behind, lost contact with the other two after they descended below the Interloper's surface. That was what we were doing when we did not die to the supernova. We died because I thought we froze, but I'm not sure. The shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. This is kind of the same thing. Two of the Nomai located a fissure in the ice on the Interloper's sunward side. They descended in to investigate. A huge cylindrical structure that generates a strong upward gravity field. I recalled a Nomai shuttle to the Interloper. From the Interloper. There's two of these that we looked at, though. There was another one that we used for something, right? Now I can't remember. Oh yeah, this one. The Solanum's shuttle. A Nomai named Solanum landed her shuttle at the Quantum Moon South Pole and prepared... Okay, but I don't... That's not... We'll deal with that later. Okay, prediction's done. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for playing. Let's see how we do. 3, 2, 1, blast off. All right. We've got our sights set. There we go. Velocity match aborted. Oh, I think I pressed a button I didn't want to press. Like, these all just look like volcanoes with stuff spitting out of them, but maybe one of them has something we can land on, right? Dun, dun, dun. No, that's not a landing. Oops, we're getting a little far away. What's that? There's a little dot. We're gonna get hit by, like, stuff coming up out of there. I wonder, maybe something changes with the lantern as you get closer to the end of each cycle? Oops. Perhaps? What's that? What's that? Nope. Go, 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 go. I'm so bad with the controls. It's all just lava. Let's see what happens if we get close. Does the ship give some kind of a, like, beep, beep, beep warning? Too hot, abort. What are those little dots right there? Can we see inside? Oh, there is a thing in there. There's stuff in there. You see that? There's things. Okay, hang on. How do I thrust backwards away from this thing? Like that. There was stuff in there. Is there stuff in all of them or just that one? It looked very scary. This one. No! Go, 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 go. Yeah! We did it! Okay, maybe just get out. Suit is on. Is this gonna do anything? Yeah, it's gonna give us some text. Let's go quickly. Oops. Friends in the Timber Hearth mines, the last type of ore you sent us survives the longest in direct heat. Oh no! No, I messed it up because I'm too close to the thing. Can you send us more of the same for additional testing? We're attempting to improve its durability and our forge has already burned through everything you sent. We'll deliver more ore to Hollow Lantern immediately. You must be fired up about crafting Ash Twin Project's protective shell. Yes, and the idea of an encasement that's supernova-proof, however briefly, has kindled my curiosity. My gratitude, I imagine, will also have an updated estimate soon of how much ore is needed to seal off the Ash Twin project. Supernova proof? Did we know that? We've heard about this shell before. Will it be more than we initially thought? It will be significantly more. The smallest crack or opening in the protective shell would destroy everything. Okay, cool. We didn't die. Yet. Miraculously. Oh, there's another thing over there. I don't think I can get past this. I can. Okay. Let's do this real quick. It says Timber Hearth Projection Stone. It tells you what it is when you look at it, but I can just never... I'm not smart enough. This shows us Timber Hearth. We've been here. We've been here. It gives you a little preview of another place you can go, but we've been there. It's behind the waterfall, because they're talking about the mines on Timber Hearth. Ship we're trying to read, I know. What's over there? Is there more stuff to read over there? I'm not gonna jump across the lava to find out, but I don't know if I can launch out of here. Yeah, yet. Exactly. Can we spin? Can we do some little... Oop, no, I feel like we're gonna melt. Master alarm. I just noticed that. There's like a cute little systems panel that we're never on board when it goes off, but I'm sure it goes off. Well, one time we did go in the sun. Okay, let's just... Are we stuck? I think we're stuck. Go, 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 go! We did it! It's not over yet. Okay. There might be more in some of these other ones, maybe? Feel so conflicted, oddly hoping for fire. Oh, there's a thing. Right there, right? Or is that just rock? Maybe that's rock. We probably don't want to be directly above this thing. It's so hard to tell. I kind of want to read the ship's log already and be like, did we get it all? Like, what are these little dots? I think they're just dots. I'm too scared to go too close. Is it actual rock that you can land on, though? It kind of looks like it is actual rock that you can land on. I never thought I would get this close to this thing. There's nothing inside that one. Just lava. Okay. Maybe that's good for now. Maybe I'll save whoever voted that we wouldn't burn to a crisp and just take the W and come back later if we didn't get everything we needed. So let's lock on to something else. Let's lock on to Giant's Deep. Can we get there from here without dying? Potentially. Willie, how's it going? Welcome in. There's the lantern's eyebrows, yeah. You get out and below the melting point. We got out. Okay, so we did it. If you, oh, I guess we should have specified that we were talking about this particular loop. But if you voted that I would not burn to a crisp, oh, we're close to the sun. We might die to the sun. I mean, we're not close, but we took a risk to go this way. Okay, I think we're all right. Then you were right. You predicted correctly. Rolling in channel points. Shaggy, how's it going? Welcome in as well. Glad to lose that one. It's such a funny thing. Like, it could be very much more likely that I die, but you're like, I don't want it to happen, right? Oh my gosh. Willie, I hope you're having a good Monday. Shaggy, I hope you're having a good Monday. We're exploring space again. We're doing okay. We're looking now for a cyclone that goes towards the core of Giant's Deep. and takes us under the current. Now what I'm wondering is if we want the ship to go under the current or if we want just us with our jetpack to go under the current. Also, I think there's more to explore with the gravity cannon above the atmosphere here. Or above, like, I don't know how to describe it. Okay, well, I guess we're taking the ship? Was that one that goes down? No. We landed, like, right inside one. Also, what are these? They look terrifying. What are those things? Let's shoot one of these, scouts. Is that one going up into space? It looks like it is. Okay, let's shoot one here. That one is maybe not going into space? I can't tell. What's happening? That one just went completely dark. This is risky the way we're just kind of swimming around in here. That one went up. What was this one again? Did it go down? No, that one went up too. Okay, so that's not what we're looking for. Had a nice long 4-day weekend. Oh, nice. Okay, Shaggy, right on. Is this one gonna go up too? Yep. Okay. We're trying to find one of these. It's extremely rare, but they go down. That one goes up. Oops, I didn't mean to send another one out. There's 2 more over here. Let's look at these. It's really hard to fly this thing around in the water. It's not meant to do this, I don't think. Ooh, 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 ooh. What is that? Oh, is this a spot for us to land? Yeah, we might as well, right? You have our ship on, or our suit on? We do. Let's go mess around more with these from not the ship, perhaps. Recall this thing? There we go. Okay, that one goes up. What about this over here? Oh, I forgot. Oh no, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. I forgot about this planet. We have to stay on these when the big storms happen. Because these cyclones will mess with us. Oops. Oh, that's so funny. You can't shoot it from inside of safety because it brings it back down to the ground. That one still goes up, I think. Yeah, that one's still going up. So I think we have to get farther away from land because I don't think any of the ones that go over the islands are gonna bring us down into the core. Okay, hang on. Stay on our thing. Stay on our little safety net. We're in space. No big deal. It's fine. Maybe we'll get in the ship because the ship seems to be pretty firmly planted here. And we'll watch out the window until we're safely landed back down. It looks like we're back safely. Giant Steep spoops me. Giant Steep is a lot. It's a lot. It's not as scary to me as Bramble, but oh, but it's scary. I wish I could launch one right now, but it's not safe. It's not safe to go out there. I'm scared. I'm scared. Can someone add a roll? I think I did, Wolf, but any of the mods should be able to. TT's here, Maggie's here. Yeah, that's no problem, Wolf. We can add you a roll. Ship equals boat, yeah. Congrats on volcano landing. I've seen many people have misadventures doing that. I was not certain how that was gonna go, but it ended up going in our favor. The volcanoes are very scary too. But it's like this cute little miniature volcano planet that makes it somewhat less scary. Oh, it went down because it was in gravity and then it went back up. Okay. I just didn't do a very good launch. All right, I think we're gonna take off again. I don't think doing this from the shore is very helpful. Let me read the ship's log really quickly, though. We don't usually do this mid-adventure. It says there's more to do with Nomai mines. Ore samples from Nomai mines on Timber Hearth were sent to the volcano for durability testing. Nomai were trying to craft a briefly supernova-proof shell to encase the Ash Twin project. Even the smallest crack or opening in the protective shell would destroy everything. Yeah, now it looks like we're good at on Hollow's Lantern. That's maybe all that there is to do. And then I want to look at construction yard. There's still more to do. And statue workshop, there's still more to do. Interesting. Wolf, did that get sorted out? Are you good to go in the Discord? So is this the construction yard or is this... No, this is the statue island. Should we go back and look at it since we're here? I'm so nervous to leave these little safety spots, but I think we'll go take a look and see how we fare. Era, welcome in. How's it going? Hello, hello. I don't remember what we have and haven't done here yet. I remember the gravity here is really intense. Oh, this is it, and we can't get in. That's right. Maybe we have to fly in or come in from the top or something like that? We've done this path, but this isn't the entire answer. Oh, there's that weird bramble thing. We need to go check that out at some point, too. This is a safety spot. That's good. What are you? Why is there a bramble thing? Look how scary that is. There's something weird happening here. Oh. They're going to test the memory statues tonight. Flock says it could be dangerous, so we can't come. But what if we... Oh, we didn't use the door and snuck in the other way. Does anyone want to? That's right. Flock specifically told us not to do that. I really want to do the test too. There's huge risks to take. We shouldn't. Okay, we've read that before, but I didn't know that we needed to go down and inside. But now we know where the door is, but we don't know the other way. I'm guessing we have to, like, take our ship around to the other side of this little island, maybe. TT helped you out. Okay, good, good, good. Day's been pretty good. Can't complain. Outer Wilds has been fun so far. We've done some predictions to help, I don't know, help there still be a win even if I die during a loop, that some people can, you know, predict my fate. Something weird happening here? Nah. Everything about this place is weird. Oops. Stairs are difficult. I'm so afraid to step off of this thing. They give us so much safety. I was gonna try to go out this door, but I think I just have to go through here. And then this is a safety spot. I feel like, here, let's just do a little walk over here. I feel like there's gotta be something. Oh, we really cannot jetpack here at all. There's gotta be something along that outer wall, right? I guess we can't know until we try it with the ship. Okay, here's a storm, right? I can't see it, but I think it's about to take over. I'm gonna stay put. It sounds loud. Stairs are just trying to help. Stairs are the antagonist. Sometimes they really are. Got a clip of the interesting end of a loop you mentioned. Oh, thank you, Semi-Cortex. That's awesome. Yeah, I appreciate it. If you want, you should be able to just post it. I think links are the only, or sorry, clips are the only links that work in chat. And whoever was asking, perfect. Whoever was asking, that is the clip where I did not die to the supernova. And that's the only time, well, we've died from like falling and getting hurt and our suit. We've died from lots of other ways, but that was the time we were out in far space, in deep space, and we didn't die to the supernova. Okay, here's crystals. Is there anything along this back wall? It looks like there used to be a crystal over there. No. Maybe. Is that just rock? I don't know. Oh, I wanted to try to go the other direction. If I do this, does this also protect us from the storm if we're being held down by a gravity crystal? Probably. Okay, weird. I want to go back to the ship now. Are there any storms nearby? I think we're safe to... Well, there's always storms nearby, but I think we're safe to go back to the ship. Ooh, how... Okay, how good are we at getting up and out of the water? Pretty decent. Oh my gosh. Looks like a very cold way to die. I think we froze, yeah. Earth is very weird compared to other planet. Breathable atmosphere, who does that? That's a good point. Good point. We can refill really quick. Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh, there's a thing up here? Did we ever look at that? Is that a white hole station thingy? I'm really good at words. We're looking for another entrance to the statue room. Oh, it's underwater. That's cool. Can I get in with my ship? I can, I think. That's fun. Can I just, like, leave the ship and swim out? No, there's probably a place to land in here. Or just right here is fine. We're gonna run out of time, but this was a cool thing to find. Are we safe in here? It looks like we're not. It looks like there's a gravity spot over there to keep us safe. We've got 60 seconds. Love this game. Hey, Bagel, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Sorry I missed that. There's a lot going on. I'm glad you love this game. There's so much happening with it. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. I can't type, you know what I mean. Oh, Cat Jam. Ominous tune. I know. You're beyond the frustration mark. Oh, I don't know. We can't say that. We don't know. But I appreciate you believing in me. Bagel, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the prime. Welcome to the human race. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Thank you so much. It's been an exciting excursion. This is a 180 from Friday's adventures compared to what we learned on Friday. Okay, that is a thing. Is that going to get added to the ship's log? Statue, statue, statue. Yara, would you kindly step back so Daz is closest to the statue? When pairing, the statue will choose whoever its closest proximity. See how his eyes have opened? That tells us the statue is paired with Daz. Now, no matter where he is in a star system, Daz's statue will record his memories and send them back to Ash Twin Project. This is extraordinary sculpting work. He has outdone himself again, hasn't he? And now that we have our first successful pairing, we can test the memory storage prototype. Each statue will see a signal Nomai's memories to his or own storage unit within Ash Twin. Each storage unit will be equipped with a mask, the statue's counterpart, which will be able to send the stored memories back to its corresponding Nomai. So we've been paired. Ship's log updated. And we're farthest away from the sun on Giant's Deep. Sorta, kinda. So we can... Oh, damn. was worth trying. Furious reading, I know. Speed reading is go. Sorry for the mumbling through that. I was trying to read as much as I could. That was awesome. We need to go back there. And that was relatively easy to get to. I say in air quotes because we know we don't have to land at the front of Statue Island anymore. We can just go right into the back, and it wasn't that hard to get through there, through the water. When you read like crazy at the end of the universe, I know. A funny common experience. Yeah, I feel like I'm mumbly with it, but it's worth it. That was very cool. Easier than South Pole Observatory, yes. 100%. Gotta eat the mallow. Respect the mallow. Hey, Slate. Love how you start every loop with a marshmallow. You have to. It's tradition. It's ceremony. Nom nom nom. We need a mallow emote. What did we get? Every memory recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within Ash Twin. The central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. Ash Twin Project is the statues. It's a memory bank. That's what I'm thinking. And if you could get, it's so protected, it's supernova proof, so that the records of everything are saved and stored. And they needed all that ore, the mining project from Timber Hearth and wherever else, and they needed a place to forge it, and they durability tested it on the lantern. Statue Island. This island must be where the Nomai created statues like the one in our observatory. I found a Nomai statue lying on the beach. It looks just like the one in our observatory. Nomai statues were designed to pair with a single user, record their memories, and send those memories to a storage unit within the Ash Twin Project. Each storage unit inside the Ash Twin Project was equipped with a mask, the statue's counterpart, which could then send the stored memories back to the corresponding user. It's wonderful to see people's rituals. There was one person I saw who would greet the ship's planet. Oh, that's cute. Every time they started a loop, yeah. The lore. So much lore. Was there anything else that we added? I don't think so. Okay. I think we need to go back to Giant's Deep and do that again. And then we'll see what else happens from there. Let's put on our suit before I forget. Hello, Nicodemus. Buckle in, blast off. Aw. I like it. All right. 3, 2, 1. Blast off. We have to do a new routing. We don't normally fly straight to Giant's Deep after we lift off. We got to figure out the best way to get there. What's the best way to get there? Is it like next to us the other way? Let's not get too far away. Let's not get too wild here. Okay. There's Bramble. Do a little spinny spin. We have not had to do this routing before. It's behind us, kinda, sorta. Is the Quantum Moon visiting? I have to tune it. I always forget how to tune it. Yeah. Quantum Moon is visiting. That's cool. We said we were going to try to do that again, right? Ooh, now we're going to lose it, though. I feel like we have to do that with the other shuttle, but I don't know how to pilot the other shuttle. Quantum Moon is so moody, seriously. Moody indeed. Oh, it doesn't go away because we didn't turn. It was behind the planet. That's weird, right? Oh, I'm so tempted to try it again. It's right there. Oh, but we've got other stuff we need to do. Oh, but eventually we're gonna go on a quantum moon hunt. What was that thing that just went kerplop? Did you see that? What's that thing floating around? Look, there's a teeny little thing floating around. Somebody else's ship. It went kerplop. Oh, stuff is always going kerplop on this planet because everything's getting kicked out into space and then pulled back in. Okay. There's the bramble. I want to look at this some more. Oh, we did look at this pretty thoroughly. That's right. It's got one of those strange red creatures inside of it. I don't think it made a ship's log for it. It was just weird. Ugh. This is a nightmare. Okay, there's smoke, but that means that's not Statue Island. That's the construction yard. Here, hang on. What's over there? Is that the ship? That's the ship. We've seen the ship before. Okay. That is a massive cyclone. Let's maybe go this way. Oh, I don't know how to navigate here. We just kind of wing it every time. But once we find the island we're looking for, we'll be okay. Let me tip my head back and forth a million times again. What's over there? Bramble. Let's go this way. There, this looks promising. Yep. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Where is it? We saw the little, like, square cut out. Nope. There we go. Get up in here inside. We're not in the clear yet, though, if there's a storm. Oops. Maybe just park here again. It's probably fine. There's a safety thing, but we gotta walk a little bit farther. Kerplop! Giant kerplop it is, yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah, there's a safety thing here. Let's continue. Oh, wait, I hear it. I hear it. I hear it. Okay. It's so hard to know exactly when it's coming. Sometimes you see, like, the wind blowing stuff around like that. And I get scared. And then you hear the noises, too. But I never know exactly when it's gonna happen. But are we safe-ish inside of this cavern? I've asked that a couple times. I still don't know for sure. I think we're safe-ish, but not safe. But I don't know. Here's another one. Okay, so there's a couple along the way. Dang, red lightning. All right. Cool. Something like Giant Sea probably exists somewhere. Oh my gosh. So let's read these now, for real, for real. Install the masks. They look beautiful, although I do feel as though I'm being being observed. It's comforting to know the statues will not pair until the project succeeds. Otherwise, I imagine the experience would be hard to endure. Ideally, they'll only need to activate once the project succeeds as a safety measure. However, the statues will also activate in the event of equipment failure. Oh, they will? Why is that? If anything goes wrong with Ash Twin Project, the statues and their masks will make us aware of the situation and enable us to fix it. Otherwise, it would be possible for us to remain permanently unaware of the problem. I hadn't thought of that. What a profoundly horrific fate that would be. Oh, heavy. Oh, man. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is the core. And we've seen this before. Ash Twin Project stone. We've seen this projection before, this pool. And it was very confusing and I didn't like it at all, but it was when we were behind the waterfall. It was when we were on Timber Hearth. It was showing us what Ash Twin looks like. Oops, oops, oops. I hear Storm. Let's wait it out. That's right. Yeah, it's worth it. Ooh, the ship might like hurtle towards us. That's fun. Nuclear, how's it going? Welcome in. Quantum Moon exists IRL. Haven't spotted it yet. Nice. Jupiter essentially is Giant's Deep, just with the methane instead of water. Yeah. Also, it's giant. Mom, welcome in. Hello, hello. I thought of Jupiter when I first got here, but water scares me even more. There's a ship getting kind of beat up over there. Now what? Do we think we can make this jump up there? Maybe from over here? Gosh, it's awful noisy, huh? Are we having another one? Is that why? I think it's getting quieter. Nope. Worth a try. Jupiter has storm size of Earth. Ship is like, I'm okay. Oh my gosh. How do we get up there? There's no way we get that kind of height. Maybe we're not supposed to go up there then? Maybe we can just see it from that little window that we saw before? Can we get up there with the ship? Oops. Maybe let's go get some oxygen from the ship, because there's no oxygen in this room from what I can tell. Oh, is this the normal door entrance or is this a different one? I think this is a normal one. A video on YouTube, what would happen if you dive with a ship on Jupiter? It was scary but hard to imagine such stuff, yeah. Definitely. I don't think this is gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Oh, sorry, I'm getting weird audio stuff happening. That's why I didn't continue with what I was trying to do. We've learned that our ship is not great at just kind of hovering, but I'm trying my best. Okay, that was great. Good job, Jen. We've been here before. We're like tipped sideways here. Is this another one we haven't been to? No, up over there is where we want to go. Why are we... Oh, because I'm pressing... Okay, hang on. I'm pressing A to velocity match, and I don't want to. It's very odd. What are you doing, ship? Why? That's why, because we were lodged on that, and I want to be in the water. Oh my god, please. We in a storm now? What's happening? I hate this so much. There's not enough room. I don't know where we are. I don't know how else we can get up to that ledge without this, and there's not enough of a like ceiling here to get where I'm trying to go. Why? It keeps like doing this weird thing. Repair damage, I know. I'm sorry, ship. You're behaving weird. I'm sorry. Maybe I have to stand on top of it? We've done that before. That was probably the right answer, and now I just tipped it upside down. Where's the repair thing? We've never repaired the outside of the ship before. Yeah, very frustrated, Cabbage, I know. 'Cause it's hard to tell, like, exactly what your ship is doing when you are inside of it. I think we're gonna drown. I think there's a break in the hull. Sorry, ship. Are you floating? No, you're okay. Oh, but I hear a storm. Jump to safety. Get out of the water. Go towards the purple. There's not a purple that direction. We're dead. Go, go, go. Under this thing. Under this thing. Under this thing. This should be safe enough. There's a ceiling here. We like ceilings when stuff like this is happening. And table, how's it going? Welcome in. We're doing okay. We're having a good excursion today, but I just can't figure out how to get up to this platform. The forbidden ledge. Oh, I didn't think I had that much height. Wow. That just absolutely slammed me the however many feet I was floating. It was very rude. Okay, well, when the water comes back down, I think we can get back in the ship. Poor legs. I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't understand. But I do think I need to, like, stand on top of the ship, maybe. Because we've seen that before, but I've never had to use it for a puzzle. I just don't know if we can get on top of it in this kind of gravity. You know what I mean? Also, how do I repair... It keeps saying, like, repair hull, exit ship to repair hull. I feel like we're just gonna die trying to solve this ship problem. I don't see like a ladder or anything. We've just been able to jetpack on top of it before. Well, this sucks. Mel, how's it going? Welcome in. Judging by the sound of it, broken legs just add duct tape. Yeah, pretty much. Let's go be safe, I guess, over here, and then we can keep puzzling. I don't know. I don't get it. There's just not enough of a gap to squish the ship in there. It looks like there is, but there's not. So how do we get to that? I'm good. I had my second shot. I'm feeling flu feeling, but I'm okay. I hope that you recover quickly. Got Jimmy John's? Oh, that sounds so good. I want Jimmy John's now. And pink drink too. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're treating yourself. I shan't recover from this. No. What are you talking about? Mel, please. Please, Mel. Maybe eat some more Jimmy John's and then you'll survive it. Maybe play some Outer Wilds. It's a good way to go. We need a portal gun, right? That would be cool. There's only so many places we've learned that we can park the ship in this cave. One of them is where it's currently parked. One of them is probably where we're standing right now. Well, I don't know if we've parked the ship on this platform, but if we could, we still can't get on top of the ship though. It doesn't give us extra height. It'll be fine in the next loop, yes. For sure, Jimmy John's is the only way to cure what ails me. Time for my daily Google on if shots are open in my area. Good luck, Semi-Cortex. I hope it's good news. Outer Wilds, my favorite game. I can't wait to play it. I'm enjoying seeing you play Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds, I know we've talked about it. I forget what the difference is. I know there's a big difference. But I forget what Outer Worlds is like. So frustrated by this chamber. I keep stepping back on that thing. Had to Google every hour for Walgreens. Oh my gosh. Outer Worlds is Fallout in space. Got it. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna keep fumbling through this maybe. It's probably because the hole is damaged. Oh, porthole damage. I need to pay attention to the instructions it gives me. There's just no... There's no good way about this. I'm not that good at the ship driving when we're not in space, but I'm okay at it when we're in space. Is there a storm? I feel like there's a storm. Yep, there's a storm. Can we get to it more easily when we're in a storm? Does this help us? Oh, can I... Wait, could I fly around when the storm is happening and fly to one of those little safety things? I feel like we're gonna die here. That was very strange. Maybe that's the answer, is to like fly around when there's 0G. Why am I stuck here? I'm stuck. Because we're upside down and there's gravity. This is very odd. Look at the core. Look how angry it looks. Outer Worlds developers were totally down to do Outer Games bundle with Outer Worlds. Different game, just unfortunate clash in the name. Yeah. Velocity match, exit ship, blah blah blah. I can't get out of here. Please, ship, please. Okay. Okay. Maybe it'll happen again and we can test this. Soft locked, yeah. Oh, Antable, I'm not looking for suggestions for how to get out of the puzzle, but I know it was frustrating that we couldn't figure out how to land. Little ship's trying its best. Yeah, it is. It truly is. It makes cool, those recordings make cool noises. Is there a safety thing up here as well? There is. Thanks for the reminder. Yep. We've had one safe word moment so far today. This room is what made me realize how big the ship actually is. Yeah. This and what was the other one? The white hole station that I couldn't fit through the white hole station door. The sun's going boom, yeah. I think I figured it out, but it took me too long. Sad music. Sad cat jam. We didn't have a prediction this loop. We can do another one, perhaps. What's our next prediction gonna be? It was amazing when you were trying to fit the ship on the White Hole Station airlock. Yeah. We were trying. I wanted to make it go inside and then I realized it's way too big. Maybe there'll be a cyclone in the last second here. It was reasonable given it was the first time it'd been seen. Yeah, we didn't really know yet. Your frustration had me typing out loud. That's okay, Antable. I appreciate you. being frustrated and wanting to try to puzzle through it with me. We do, I've talked about this a couple times today. We forgot to mention it on other streams, but we have a spoiler channel in the Discord if you're like trying to puzzle through it and figure out what to do and you want to type stuff without spoiling it for me. You can use the Discord as well. Do you think that it would be cool to have a game where there's a storm sometimes and you have to go into a shelter and watch the storm, and also if the game was real life? Always nice to have a theory to test for next loop. This is true. I think a mod has to do the Discord command, Mel. But thank you. Thank you, thank you. Here, I'll do it really quick. Perfect. We learned more about the statues. We confirmed the statues. This is our mask that we're seeing inside of Ash Twin Project, and now it's relaying the memories. Lots and lots of memories. Lots of flying around. And there's our marshmallow. Warning on the Discord, of course, we may discuss stuff that hasn't happened yet. So if you haven't played, true, Semi-Cortex, true. I haven't played and don't want to be spoiled, but I'm excited to join the spoiler channel. Okay, sounds good. Let's eat a mallow. Mallow emotes if you've got them. We need to make one. I need to have a marshmallow emote. Oops, we burnt it this time. We haven't eaten a burnt one in a while. There's a Steam achievement for like 50 burnt mallows or something like that. I thought that was cute. Make a lot of jokes in Josh's, but this game is very pretty looking. I agree. It's a good looking game. This is the best I got. Nice arrow. It kind of looks like a mallow, right? Sort of, kind of. A stack of mallows. I don't think we got any new, oh, we did. The statues were designed to only activate once the Ash Twin project succeeded or in the event that it failed. And that was the end of that little reading. So maybe now it doesn't say that we need to go back there. So maybe there's nothing on that ledge? Maybe there's like a cute something something that rewards us for going on that ledge, but it's not critical to the ship log? I have to go back still, right? And there's other stuff to do on Giant's Deep anyway. What type of storm kills you? Triple tornadoes, nightmare fuel for me. I remember I first played this on a very sad laptop on the lowest settings at 12 FPS and I still thought it was beautiful. Yeah, for sure. I thought Antable was making a joke, like what type of storm kills you? A hurricane, something silly. Okay, suit. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Yeah, who can say? There might still be a reward. I would say we could do a prediction, but you either know or you don't know if there's a something there or not. How did we get there last time? Wasn't it like right behind us? Kinda, sorta. Ugh, don't get dizzy. Do a little spin. Okay, that didn't work. Now we're too far away. Why did I feel like I could see it from when we launched and now I can't? Think finally get this game. It's Groundhog's Day meets Mist, kind of. You're not too far off. To be honest, there it is. Played it on Xbox and it was pretty much that too. Still loved it. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to match the velocity. I want to go towards you. We're getting further and further away. Now we're getting closer. Think I need a storm joke now? Yeah. Giant's Deep, yeah. We're going for it. Quantum Moon is back. Do we think the Quantum Moon is always at the same places at each point in the loop? Like if we always go to Giant's Deep first, oops, I kind of misjudged this, hang on. That it'll always be at Giant's Deep. That might be useful when we go on a quantum moon hunt later. If we want to always go this direction when we launch. As long as we're launching at the same time of day, right? Okay, I got scared and then I thought we were gonna crash, so I panicked and overshot. How well do Myst games hold up nowadays? There's a remastered one on Steam that I have, but I haven't really played it yet. I'm not sure. They can be hit or missed. TT, please. Oh my gosh. Okay, now we're panicking because we're going closer too fast. Let's see what happens. Just mash A button and we're usually fine. Okay, Bramble helped me get to where we needed to go last time, so. Hey, Tiger Moth, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. What were you doing on stream today? Welcome in, raiders. I'm piloting onto Giant's Deep, so give me a second to get where we're going. Welcome in. Thank you so much for bringing your people over. I saw, oop, this might be, okay, well, we're trying. I saw in the Discord today, I think Bonin found us through you, or was put in the stream in your Discord, so thank you, I appreciate it. Secondonian, how's it going? Lord, how's it going? Love Outer Wilds so much. Teeth Cult, love Outer Wilds. I'm glad you all love Outer Wilds. Welcome in. I'm Jen the Human. I do wholesome and peaceful gaming, and also we explore space. So that's what we've been playing lately. Thank you for those follows. Thank you. And how is It Takes Two? Who are you playing with? That game looks very funny. I hope to try it someday. Bonin's a great friend. That's awesome. Friends, we are playing this for the first time. People spoiled the heck out of this game. I don't want to be spoiled. Oh, love the heck out of this game. Praise the heck out of this game. Okay, Caswell, sounds good. Playing with my boyfriend. Nice, right on. Yeah, we're playing for the first time. No spoilers, no hints, no tips. I know a lot of people love it and want to help, but we're trying to do it completely with no guidance, and it's been going okay. We've made a lot of progress today. Have a few of us for the rest of your Outer Wilds playthrough. Oh, fantastic. Welcome. Lord, Acid Summer is a wave. I see who else on this activity feed. Interruptus and Tiger Moth, thank you for the follows. Welcome. All right, so we're gonna try to do a better job of not getting into cyclones here. Here's where we want to land. We've had some pretty good landing, but Giant's Deep is tricky. It's the first game I streamed where I found so many friends. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we've met some really cool people from this. I feel like people go from Outer Wilds stream to Outer Wilds stream a little bit, and it's a good community. Oops. Okay, that's a smooth enough entrance, right? So we're gonna test our theory now. I think I want to park and not be in the water. Can I park here? No. I don't think we're parked on anything. I think we're stuck on top of that tablet. Okay, well now we're just like perma-stuck. It's fine. Are we gonna die from opening the hatch onto something precarious? That's normal. We're trying to test a theory that if we're out in outer space with 0G, when there's a storm, I'll be able to get across to that platform over there, if the ship doesn't kill me first. Came here from another Outer Wilds stream, yeah. It's my favorite planet. I think it's a cool planet. It's interesting. I don't know if I have a favorite other than Timber Hearth yet. Wish I could replay it for the first time. I know. Guess I'm also guilty. That's all right. The Steam release especially led to a wave of stream opportunities. Second Outer Wilds stream. Yeah, how did you all find us? I am curious if you browsed the category or if you found it from like someone else that you knew who was also streaming Outer Wilds. category. Looking there time to time. Twitch kept recommending Outer Wild streams to me because apparently the stats showed that it worked. Yeah. Followed the crowd from Tiger Moth. Nice. Torwolf Mishka, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for all the new follows, the new friends. Appreciate you being here. Wanted to chill, watch my favorite games. Tiger's Discord. Yeah. That's awesome. That was so nice of you, Bonin. I do appreciate that. We let's see. Just end up here from time to time. I know. Browse the category. Guilty here. I picked TT stream because I wanted some Outer Wilds before bed and he recommended you. Thank you, TT. It does help when your friends all, when a couple of your friends start streaming the same games, because then you kind of can watch each other and see the progress, and people bop around. You could recommend your friends' streams. Outer Wild category isn't very active. It almost never even hit triple-digit number of total viewers.
This is a job for a human.
Carl, thank you. How's it going? It has a big heart. It's hard to hear the alerts when we're in the middle of a cyclone, but thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you for cheering for humanity. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I hope you're having an okay Monday. You have to boost out of there. Okay. Go, 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 go. Nope. Jetpacking skills, go. Oh, go into the thing. Go into the thing! We're gonna die. Oh, we didn't die. We didn't die! We didn't die! Let's read this. I'm curious. I'm sending... is sending a being's memories back in time the same as sending the being itself back in time? As an example, if we were to send my memories back in time, is that the same as sending me back in time? Not my physical body, but my essence. Oh, we're getting existential. I imagine there are two different actions. Wouldn't both actions be effectively the same? Suppose that the time was being rewritten. I believe this is different than receiving memories from what is effectively the future. But isn't the end result identical in either case? That was worth reading. That was worth coming up here. That's all that's up here, but I am glad we did it. It took us a minute to get there. They were looking for Jen the cat, but settled with a human named Jen. Doesn't matter, it's the best category. It's a rad category. You didn't die! Should we... No, we should continue, right? How hard is it gonna be to salvage our ship after that, though? Oh, it landed upright. Look at that. Can we safely get down from here? I think so. Nope. No, we cannot. It's alright. I'm not good at jetpacking on Giant's Deep. The gravity's too strong for me to get the hang of, apparently. How are we gonna get out of here? Okay, well, we healed ourselves with duct tape. Can we get off of this little rock? Can we tumble over backwards? Yeah, that worked. What a weird little cave. Now we're on sand. Now we're where we want to be. Oh, we did it. Okay, but now are we gonna get immediately cycloned into some place that we don't want to be? What else do we need to do? We know we need to go back to construction yard. Singing Outer Wild stream hopping cult needs our own Discord, yeah. Chatters are practically community of our own. You like get to know each other and find each other in other Outer Wild streams. Ooh, what's this? Is this Gabbro's spot? Oh, it's going into space. Okay, bye-bye. See you when you get back. I don't like these cyclones. I don't trust them. There's Gabbro's spot. Oh, it's going into space too! Gabbro, come back! Oh wait, that's the other one. Oh god, I feel like it's gonna land on top of us. But I need to go there. Nice. Close enough. Whew, okay. Fire Wolvar, how's it going? There's gotta be some Outer Wilds Discord out there, yeah. We could call the Discord the Cult of Outer Wild Stream Hopping. There is a Discord for people who watch The Witness. That's another one that's been recommended. I love how Gabbro keeps vibing with the flute even though he's launched into space. I really like Gabbro. Gabbro's cool. I think Gabbro and Riebeck are my favorite travelers, if I had to pick. But I like them all. We should go say hi. Oh, this isn't how we get to you. We're in the wrong... Are we in the wrong spot? I can't remember if Gabbro is on this one or not. Love to say hi to explorers, yeah. I started playing The Witness yesterday because you were playing Baba Is You. Nice. Certainly would recommend The Witness. It's an experience. What is the one... This is Braid the one with the time travel aspect? Where you can, like, fast forward and rewind? Braid and The Witness have both been recommended for puzzle games for the stream, and I think they could be really cool. Gabbro is also kind of... Yeah, we talked about how they're named after rocks and minerals. It's real interesting. I think we visited all of these platforms. Because there's that table over there. We've been to that table. Braid's about time manipulation. Yeah. Played a little bit of Witness and was different. I wish I had more time to go back and get more into it. We've talked about it. We'll have to take a break from puzzle games on stream. Can I go underwater here? Why have I not tried this? Is there anything under here? It doesn't look like it, but it's cool that we can come down here. Breaks from puzzle game makes sense. Yeah, we're gonna have to take a break from puzzle games. This game and Baba Is You are breaking my brain, and then we'll take a break. We're gonna do some Metroidvanias, some RPGs. Then maybe we will play The Witness or Braid. Witness is about learning complex concepts without words. At least that was the thing I found fascinating about it. Witness is very puzzly. Okay, I don't know that that helped us to go underwater, but it was cool. I don't know what else we're supposed to do over here. But it said there was more here. There's a mural with the cannon. I guess I'm gonna have to start rereading some of the scrolls and stuff on the walls. Did we read that one? I know we looked at the projection pool. Enjoyed these walkways. I like them, yeah. It's a really cool design. Okay, get in here in case there's about to be a storm. It looks like there is. A scary one. Armor Captain, how's it going? Welcome in. Enjoy the murals. Love the art style. And the whole game, yeah. I feel like it's really consistent. The murals with the architecture, with the ships, with the controls, and you can see the contrast between Nomai and Harthian stuff. Is this one coming right towards us? We should find one of these that goes the other way. We still haven't. That one goes up. I'm guessing that one also goes up. Yep. Let's go into space. Hey Face, how's it going? Welcome in. I am feeling better about things. We've made some good progress today, and we spent a nice long bit at the beginning of stream just kind of chatting and relaxing and reflecting on the challenges of this game and checking in with each other, so I feel pretty good. Alright. Did we read this? Yes, 15 minutes have passed, so we've got not a ton of time. Oh, okay. Are we good? I don't know. Let's maybe stay put for a bit. The water level gets real high. Let's do, where is it? Control module. So this will show us, oh, we don't have oxygen. The control module up that's orbiting, it's a part of the cannon. And then we can put this here and read about it. And then there's another one of these things on the other side, but I thought we already messed with that one. I have bad news, Avens. Yarrow says there was a problem with the proposed power source, so the orbital probe cannon won't be able to fire. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb. I wish I were. They aren't certain they can fix the problem, so orbital probe cannon is on indefinite hiatus. Tell Privet and Mallow they should return from the cannon. My spouse and I will remain at the construction yard for now. An update, Mallow and I will join you in Daz. Privet left to visit her brother. She fears idea made me feel responsible. Okay, so we read that one. But then there's another one on the other side that we can go pick up and read again. Because I don't know that I fully understand what's happening here. Found it. The walkways remind me of the Journeyman Project 2, Buried in Time. Nice. Okay. Pick it up. Pick it up. Brittle Hollow. I saw the water rising. I got scared. Okay. Oh, we need oxygen. Let's pop back over and get oxygen. Can we get it from here? Are we close enough? Nice. Nice. O2 is overrated? I don't know. We've suffocated in this game. We've died from impact. I don't like the suffocation death. I don't like the crunchy sand death. That's what we're calling it. So now we have to read, oh, come on. This one. I don't know that we read this one, but we did, I think we like read one and looked at the projection of other, but didn't do both. Conway, Daz, and I were lifting orbital probe components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank. Oh, we've read this one before. Kano, you should have seen it. We thought it was impossible for any cannon components to sink even partially below the current, but ours sank straight to the core. Cassava convinced me not to try to recreate the phenomenon myself using other cannon parts, but we're very curious to know what happened. How could something pass through the current? My gratitude for your interesting question. This is exciting. Spire constructed a model of Giant's Deep here at Brittle Hollow's Southern Observatory, and it reveals how an object might sink below the current. Conway, I'm unable to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If I visit the observatory, would you explain? We've read this one. We've seen this one before. If you don't mind the trek. Yeah, we've seen this one. Have we done this? I think we've done this too then. Yeah, we were just here. Well, we might not have seen this projection, but we've been to this observatory. Okay. So, I really don't know what else we're supposed to do here. But I'm pretty sure the ship log still has stuff for us to do here. Being a variety streamer, I like going for a variety of deaths. We hate sand. Try, I don't know if that's a, I don't know if we've talked about that yet, Wooden, but I would try not to ask questions like, has she done X yet? Because if I haven't, then you've spoiled it. That's a tough one. Went back and conquered getting out of the beams. We did! We finally got to the observatory. We got to the rest of the statue room here on Giant's Deep. And I don't remember. We've done a few things. The observatory was really cool. Oh, and we went to the volcano on Hollow's Lantern. Let's maybe go find Gabbro. It's been a productive set of loops. It has. We needed it. Are you over here? Is this your spot? No, I think this is statue spot. Where is Gabbro spot? What is this giant one? And why do you look, oops, the way that you do? Oh, why is there still a thing out? I was trying to shoot one of those things. Do you go down or up? You go, I don't think I made it into the cyclone. Down or up? It looks like down. The big one is the one that goes down, maybe. Oops, I didn't mean to recall it. Okay, I think we're almost out of time. I think I hear the music, so let's maybe play with this a little bit more. Shoot, we got bonked. We're in the cave again, I think. Hull breach, just the glass. I want to play with this before we meet our demise. Is it going down? It looks like it's going down. Yep, it's going to the coal. Oh, nope. Maybe? It's just kind of hanging out. It's not getting pulled down anywhere. Dang it. What's inside of there? I don't think I'm doing a good job sending the scout. I know the cockpit is damaged. I'm sorry, ship. I'm sorry! No! Where can we go to finish out this cycle? Just back into space? We should probably just like jump into this thing if we're at the end of a cycle anyway. I didn't even think of that. It's always so stressful figuring out what we want to do next. What happens at the end here? It gets real dark, stormy. Weird. Gets completely black. Weird. Very weird. Let's go inside! Does it push you out? I don't think we have time because it's the end anyway. That was really interesting. When land masses bonk you, we got bonked. Big tornado, why are you? I can't figure it out. I feel like we shoot a probe at it and it just sort of pushes everything outside of it like it's a wall. But we could try again. We could try landing on top of it or something. Gonna clip that. The dark sky is so pretty. That was wild. How many times have I ended an Outer Wilds cycle by saying, that was wild? Wasting expensive Hearthian technology when there's expendable Hearthian lives. Let's eat a mallow. All right. Let's come up with another plan and maybe another prediction. Oops. I don't want to make you eat a burnt one. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. The way supernova illuminates planets gets me every time. Yeah. We want to... Okay. Let's go read the log first, and then I'll hypothesize and make plans. But some things we wanted to do by the end of stream today, I think were... Did we want to go on a quantum moon hunt today? Well, if how to say this? If I had other plans without spoiling things, you can tell me what other plans we had today. If there's something I'm forgetting that I said I wanted to do, that's fine. Oh, Ash Twin. That was it, I think. We also still haven't been able to get to that canyon thing in Ember Twin, and I hate it. I don't know what to do there. I think there's another entrance, maybe. Sun Station? Yep, you're right, I did. Lots of stuff to do, yep. And there's lots more on Giant's Deep, I feel. Gabbro says there's a strong current beneath the surface of the ocean that prevents anything from sinking below it. The Nomai on the construction yard saw something sink beneath the underwater current, which they'd previously thought was impossible. I kind of want to go back to Giant's Deep, though. Maybe we can just do a prediction of whether or not I get below the current or not. But see, the tricky thing with that prediction is I don't know if it's possible to get below the current or not. I think it is. But if I do a prediction, some of you know whether or not it's possible. But I guess we could still predict, and like I won't read that much into the results. And some of you don't know. Do whatever you feel. You were also thinking about orbital probe. Yeah. I think all you said that you wanted to do was have fun until the sun comes up over Santa Monica Boulevard. Thank you, Sleepbeak. We're going to set out and do what we try to do every day. Take over the world. I like it. Don't ask, just try stuff. Well, if we're doing a prediction, I have to do a quick question. But yeah, we'll try some stuff. Predictions could be tricky. You won't vote. You're also not done much with the exciting vacation destination of Dark Bramble. I know. Alright, we didn't get any new entries. It does say we got everything at Construction Yard. That was what it wanted me to do, was those... I wasn't doing the projection plate things properly. So that's good to know. I don't have to go back to Construction Yard. I want to talk to Gabbro. And then I want to explore Cyclones. I'm not satisfied with leaving Giant's Deep yet. I'm enjoying it. It's interesting. We also have more stuff with these modules and the cannon, which there's more to do there. So let's just hang out in Giant's Deep, and then maybe at the end of stream we can try Ash Twin again. We tried Ash Twin at the end of last stream, I think, and it just was so bleh. We didn't find anything. I don't like Ash Twin. One streamer I watched separated all the deaths into 2, Gasp or Crunch, and the prediction was which one? Oh, I like that. That's cute. That's so clever. So we're not going to predict whether I make it below the current or not, because that could be spoilery, but we could do a Gasp versus a Crunch death. And I'll give you the lead of knowing what it is that I'm trying to do, which is get inside of a cyclone. If we've got other suggestions for something like that, I feel bad just like ripping that exact prediction, but we could do one round of Gasp versus Crunch and one round of something else and like switch it up. Because there's like an impact death, there's a lack of air death. Gasp or Crunch is a heck of a product name. Okay, friends, I'm going to pause real quick. I need a quick break, but we can do the break while you all are doing your prediction. Supernova is Crunch and falling into Sun Gasp. Oh, do we need to have like a list though of what all of them specifically are? Because I could see that getting tricky where if I don't have a chart, we could end up fighting about what type of a death it was. Run from tornado, except if you're in outer space when you just run towards it. Refers to death checklist, yeah. Or we could always do, like, will I get a new note on the ship log or not? That's an easy one. Death by cactus. So many cacti in this game. Heading to bed. Enjoy the rest of stream. Thanks, Wooden Towel, for hanging out. I appreciate you. Have a good sleep. Oxygen is gasp, yeah. Cactus is gasp. Semi-cortex, at the risk of you being the only one who has the official list, I think we'll do will I add a note to the ship's log or not? I know, I'm sorry. I didn't think it would be that, because we can't have multiple options. Like, it would be easier if we had, do you think it'll be cactus or this or this or this? Crunch, super smoosh, supernova, gasp, O2 could be the choices. Death by explosion? I don't know. The official list, who has the unofficial list? All right, no, TT, I think we're gonna do, will I add to the log? Will Jen add to the log, the ship log, on this loop? Yes or no? And while you all are doing that, I'm gonna take another quick break, last one of the stream, and then we will hop back into it. I'll get some music going too. This should be good right here. Is music gonna work for us? It might not work for us. I think it is. Explosion, my favorite. Okay, be right back, friends. Thanks. Welcome back, humans. Get those predictions in. Thanks for setting that up. Ooh, this one's really stacked. I like this. We'll see what happens. Let me set back up here. Hi, friends. Death by eating too many marshmallows. I like the idea. I saw somebody say death by like surviving until the supernova or not. That's a good way of making it really easy, like one or the other. So we can do that for the next one. Longer prediction for the break and the loop start. Yeah. Very biased towards supernova death since she's such a careful pilot and watches O2 like a hawk. We have gotten a lot of supernova deaths. I don't know if that is a testament to my like caution or just luck. In the beginning, we didn't do anything super risky, right? And then we started just jumping off of cliffs and jetpacking all over. Will Jen burn marshmallow? That's a good one too. Burnt marshmallow is a good marshmallow. Ta, thanks for the good luck. Hello, hello. Believers are rising up. Just read the fact my favorite color is yellow too. Nice. Good choice. Good choice. Want to trade just for the 166 to 1 odds, right? Oh my gosh. All right, friends. Thank you for doing that prediction. There's still some time left. Let's switch back to the game. Just had a short little break and now we're ready to go. Let's read our we read our log already. So our plan is back to Giant's Deep. You already heard the plan. Only voted this way because there's a larger opportunity on the side, not what I think. Nicely, Beak, playing it for the points. You've been especially good on the landings. I can't understate how hazardous people's initial landings tend to be. You're the same, Carl. Nice. All right, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. I feel like I have a hard time finding Giant's Deep right off the bat a little bit compared to some of our other takeoffs, but we get there eventually. Quantum Moon just hanging out. Cute. Okay. Let's not lose focus. Isn't it? Aren't you over here? Yeah. Let's go. Odds have shifted. Oh, dang. Somebody dropping a bunch of points. Arrow. What's up? Okay. All right. Let's find Gabbro. You know what else I kind of want to do? Is like... What's on the... I know it sounds silly. There is no bottom of the planet in space, but like what's down here? Does it look any different from different angles? Okay, I need to speed match though, or we're gonna go flying. There we go. Is there a top to this, the one of the storms? Is that what's at the bottom here? It kind of looks like it, right? And there's the probe. I almost want to just like dive right into this. It seems dangerous. What's the worst thing that could happen? We get torn to bits. It won't let us through. Okay, this put us through to like the whole stack of storms that are all on top of each other. That was fun. That was kind of weird, right? No? I don't know. There's too many storms on this planet. There's Gabbro, though. Are we gonna make it before he gets catapulted into space? Is there a safety place to launch here? No. Good enough. Let's go say hi. We haven't visited in a bit. I think we've survived in this tunnel before from a storm. But now I don't know. I don't trust anything. What's up, Gabbro? We need to, like, do this and stay on the ground. We do have some control over that with our fuel, if nothing else. I love your flute. It sounds real cool. I do know not that. Oh my gosh, I couldn't read that. I do not know what I'm predicting on. You're predicting on if we will find new stuff for the ship log this time around. Put 5K. Oh my gosh. Trying to share the love. Ooh, hi Gabbro. If it isn't my time, buddy, how's space treating you this loop? The chill master, yeah. Oh, I think I have to. I don't think time stops when we're in dialogue with other characters. I wanted to believe in you, but I accidentally did not believe in you. I found something. I reached the inside of Statue Island. So the Nomai created those head statues to record memories. I could see the Nomai doing that. Not sure what for, but it seems like their sort of thing. Do you think like this? Do you think the statues are recording our memories? Because I remember that one on the beach looked at me funny. That must be my memory friend. Okay, that... Oh, I forgot about the quantum poem. I forgot about it. What are you doing out here? What should I explore? On Giant's Deep. At the start of every loop, I keep seeing the bright flash at the sky. Okay. I was on the beach at Statue Island when the whole glowy business happened. By the way, it's a nice beach for that kind of thing. Okay. Hang on one second. Oh, I thought I heard some noise. Have we been up here yet? There's lanterns, but no writing. Lots of trees, lots of oxygen. I think we've been up here. We could eat a mallow. But I also don't think we should, like, hang out here for very long. Oh. Ghost matter detected. Okay. Is it between us and the ship? I'm just gonna wing it and guess no. Not my most cautious moment. Okay, so that was somewhat fruitful, but not super fruitful. 3, 2, 1, go. Aw, we hit a tree. The time when landing cam did not serve us. Okay. Here's this big storm again. That time it did go up into space, did it not? And then it, like, falls out the outside of it. It does not want us to go in. It pushes us up and out. And then does it pull us? What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? Let me in, let me in, let me in. What are you? I'm so disoriented. What is that? How do I go up and over the storm and then, like, fall back inside? No, I don't want a velocity match. Why are we velocity matching? I don't even know what I'm targeting right now. What are you? Okay, focus, Jen. It's gonna be okay. There's a landing thingy. Oh, what the hell? We were, like, right next to it. What is this giant thing? Why did we not come in here sooner? What in the world? What are you? There was, like, a little landing thing on the side of it, too. Is it forever protected by this storm? That's kind of nice, right? Is there gonna be ghost matter? Okay, well, we definitely added to ship log, right? I hope so. What's in here? Maybe let's not go there first. Maybe let's go up the little path first. Big tornado hiding secrets from us. I wasn't expecting a giant statue inside. I was expecting something. Cool. The longest hallway ever. Another thingy. Another elevator. I guess we'll go up it, right? What does this say? Be welcomed in this place. This tower shares with all who ask the knowledge needed to make his or her first quantum journey. What? Ascend with Gorb! Ascend, ascend, ascend! Where are we going? I don't know. The Gorb will be there. Or death. How does this work? Enter this place without friends, however, these are lessons to learn for yourself. Enjoy those points! Ship log updated. Yeah, we got the text. I was not expecting this. We were gonna try to go into the cyclone and we ended up doing... Well, we did go into the cyclone. We were gonna try to get under the current. Quantum journey! See you points. Magus with 30,000. And others. I think it splits. It doesn't tell us exactly everybody that gets them. So am I supposed to walk through this? What is this? Oh no. Oh. I don't like that. Okay, hang on. Does this go anywhere else? No, that just goes into the ceiling there, right? But let me read this again. Enter this place without friends. These are lessons to learn for yourself. Okay, let's jump in. I'm scared. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, it puts a thing around you. Where are we? Seek the wandering arch. Oh, it's a quantum arch in here? Hang on. There, right there. It's gonna move if I move my camera. I'm assuming. While storming the whole time. Okay. Unidentified signal nearby. Island shard. Oh, we talked about there being multiples of these. Okay. We all gotta log off. Sorry, chat. Jen has to do this alone. Oh no. Don't leave me, chat. There's a shard. We get some new music. And these little doorways. Oh, hi. Excuse you. Does that mean anything, or do I just jump down the next hole? I feel like we should just jump down. Oh, it takes us back to the start. What does it mean? I mean, it's nice that we found the next shard, I guess? Where'd it go? Okay, this doesn't say our ship anymore. Weird. Observing a quantum object, observing an image of a quantum object, these are the same. So is this a wandering arch again? Should we go to it? Oh, jetpack does not work here. It's fine. Feels appropriate. Quantum shards are like, ooh. Now there's a staircase? Was this always here? Because it's gonna be gone now. Oh, but I think I could have done that where I didn't turn away from it, right? Didn't we learn that? Where you can, like, stay focused even if it... Oh, no, I think I saw the light go out. Where it goes behind a wall and it's still there. That worked with the moon, but probably not the arches. Okay, weird. So how can we make this happen? Is there a staircase directly behind me? I don't think so, right? How do these work? I think I know... Oh my god. Puzzling, puzzling, puzzling. Oh, here's a thing. Was this here before? Does it say the same? Yeah, it says the same. How can I just, like, back directly up into the staircase that's gonna take us to the thing? Also, it kind of has this, like, glow to it. Does it have to do with where the little marker is? I don't know that it does. Like if it's in the hallway or not. This is so strange. So I wonder if it's like this one. I just feel like we have to keep walking to ones that are behind us, right? Without looking at anything else. That doesn't seem like a very good strategy. Did we find it? I can't even tell if we found it. I don't think so. But it's gonna be at the top of one of those. What does this say again? Observing a quantum object. Observing an image of a quantum object, they're the same. How are you supposed to know? Okay, I need to pay attention. There's gotta be something to do with when this thing shows up. It's on like one side or the other of this, right? I think it's over, I think it's behind me. Oh, can I hear it? Oh, I can use this for it. Right? I think it's to the right, but how do I get the stairs that go to the right? Or to the left, for that matter. Oh, I don't like it. There's stairs here, but I moved a bit. Now the pillar moved. Can I not? Is it not here in either of these sides now? Ooh. But I actually don't know if... I don't know if this is doing what I think it's doing. Because it might not do anything for the arch. It's not. It's doing something in the wall? It just says unknown. So maybe that's a quantum moon and it has nothing to do with this. Thinking in progress, yeah. That's very far away. These are too far away. So if I find... Where's the dang arch? So pointing it at the arch doesn't do anything. Pointing it at this doesn't. So that's not going to help me. But I wish it did. So when it's... When I see it against the wall, it's to the left. Is that the same every time? No, because now it's to the right. But does it have something to do with... Does the look of the walls change? Okay, left. Oops. Now it's up here. Left. Hallway. Does it depend on which way I turn, too? There's so many factors. Now there's a plant. What does it mean when the plant's down here? Oh, man. I don't get it. And see, now it's in the wall, but it's not on either side of these. Weird. Make a horrible pun, but it would be a spoiler. Oh no, no spoilers. You can make it in the spoiler channel in the Discord, but not in chat. I feel like I wish we could go back up that way. which way is the right way. Huh. What happens if we walk up a staircase? Oh, I hear the music. This is tricky. Does this go all the way around? It doesn't. Does it disappear? Does it like lock you in after you pick a direction? No hints, only lore. Yeah, only note taking. I do not understand. I wonder if there's something in the room that never moves, that's always the same. I also think it's weird. Isn't this the first quantum tree that we've seen? They talk about it in one of the readings. The song slaps, yeah, it does. It's so ominous. I don't want to make this journey again. This was tough. And then there's only ever one staircase at a time, right? Yeah, because the staircases appear in these stretches of like big wall. Oh, maybe they're always... Are they always across from each other like that? Weird. There's something about... like... God, I don't even know how to describe what I'm thinking. Best combo I could come up with for investigating a plant. I like it. I like that little detective. Detective frog. I'm assuming we're not immune to the blast in here. It just takes a second to kick in. Dang. Weird. Lamari, how's it going? Welcome in. Supernova time. I know. That was a good loop. Only to get stuck in that room, but still I'm proud that we got to that room at least. At least the tower is oxygenated. Yeah, that's nice. Congrats on finding this place. Thank you. Being in the puzzle is big progress. Yes. Okay, so then there's a quantum moon. Depending on what I do next for my next plan. Okay, so what I'm thinking, because if I tell you my plan, that's greatly going to affect whether you think I'll die to the supernova or not, right? Because that was going to be our next prediction. But if I say I'm going to go back to that puzzle, then it's pretty likely we're going to die to the supernova, right? I mean, you don't have to answer that, but I feel like that's why. The predictions are so hard with this. So maybe we don't do that prediction if I decide I'm going back to the puzzle. If we decide we're just going somewhere else to explore, then we can do the supernova prediction. I don't know if I want to go right to that puzzle right away. Let's read some of our journal, and then having us guess blindly makes the prediction give you as little information as possible. Yeah, true. Just say what it is, and then I won't say like what my plan is. You're right, you're right. This is called the Tower of Quantum Trials. This tower held knowledge a Nomai needed to make his or her first quantum journey. Observing a quantum object, observing an image of a quantum object, these are the same. There's more to explore. Weird. We could go look at Gabbro's thing. We could talk to Gabbro now that we've seen that tower, and we could look at the poem again. Except it doesn't say that there's more to do there. We were just excited to tell Gabbro that we found their poem. Autopilot flies her into the sun. Oh no. TT, no. All right. So what are some, maybe we won't go right back to that puzzle because I might need to think about it for a bit and try something else. Autopilot loves the sun. We don't really use autopilot most of the time. We could still go back. I said we were still maybe going to go back to Giant's Deep and explore the probe cannon. So maybe we'll do that. And then there's so much to do. I want to go to the Ash Twin. But I hate the Ash Twin. But I feel like we should still go to the Ash Twin. How is it that... Why is Sunless City point to Sun Station? Because we found information about it there. It's interesting. I rarely fly into the sun, yeah. Only the once so far. We're missing out on lots of close solar contact, yeah. I think that might be correlated with autopilot usage. No, we don't. Is that a humble brag? I don't know how much other people use the autopilot. We're good flyers over here. One sun, one Hollow's lantern. Nice. There's always high energy crunch lab. I don't want to go back to the crunch lab. Ugh. All right, we're gonna go to the cannon, the probe cannon. I don't know if that's too much information to do that prediction that we talked about. So maybe we'll just skip it for this round since we had one last round, and we'll do another prediction after this round. How's that sound? 3, 2, 1, blast off. We don't have to have a prediction every single loop, but they are kind of fun. They give me a little bit of something to look forward to besides will I die or not. I just noticed there's like a gravity gauge when you lift off that I never looked at before. That's very useful as well. Will Jen die? Yes. Well, yeah, always, but how and when is important. Autopilot isn't bad. I liked using it, it just determined in its methods. I see. I can do redacted achievement and still use autopilot a lot. Redacted achievement, okay, alright. I haven't looked at my, okay, what am I doing? Hang on. Let's speed match. I'm going way too fast. I haven't looked at my Steam achievements too much. We got the marshmallow one, I think. The burnt marshmallow, and then... I don't know what else. Just finished my seed after 324. Last locationing everything. Magus, no, I'm sorry. Welcome back. You got a bunch of channel points. Split between however many people voted on that thing. So that's cool. Okay. I'm way too far away. I was too shy. I got scared of getting too close to these. And I don't want to chase them around the surface, but let's do this. I gotta get closer. What am I doing? Jen, please. Got farther away. Boosters don't work like that. Got one while you were on the Nomai shuttle. I don't know. I don't remember. How did we do this before? Oh, because it has a thing on it. That's right. Oh, no, 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 no. What the hell? Oh, frick. I haven't done that in a while. There's a button that makes me think it's one button and it's not. If that makes any sense. Also, I didn't realize we could lock on to this, but we can. So that's useful. Oh, okay, get closer. A little bit closer. Oh, what the hell? Why do we slingshot like that so often? It should be good, right? Just kind of tunk. That was a weird landing, but we did it. Okay, suit is on. Let's go. They do a good job of not spoiling stuff in achievements, so it's okay to look. Oh, good to know. Yeah, I guess I assumed some of it was... I tried to just look at the ones I had already gotten. I didn't go through the whole list. But I know Steam does a good job of doing like hidden achievements for certain games, which is nice. What are we doing? This says... Nope. Nope. Why is this so difficult? Why did we have this much trouble before? I don't want the probe thing. Can we put this away? Thank you. Put that away. I want to translate stuff. Oh, we did have trouble with this before. I remember it was a pain in the butt. But these are all just like open-ended thingies. No, this one's not. Let's go here. I don't understand how jetpacks work sometimes. Maximum velocity at all times. Only have descriptions for a few other achievements and they're all pretty cryptic. Nice. I like that. So we haven't been in here yet, I don't think. And it's got cool music that flips you around. We've seen in here before because we've used these thingies. What is this one? This is launch module projection stone. Let's look at this pool. Bramble floating around. Okay. I think this one is detached from whatever it was. Oh, it's very broken. Okay. Pick up. Pick it up? No? Why is this so hard to focus on? Okay. Let's put it here. Get the cool music. Mallow, my better 50%. Cassava is sending the last of the cannon components. Soon, relatively speaking, we'll know the eye's precise location. The thought of concluding our elders' curious and challenging search increases my heart's temperature, my love. Cassava tells me he and the construction yard crew have determined a power setting we are not under any circumstances to go above. I see. And am I right to think that, consequently, we'll be ignoring that setting? I can posit with nearly 100% certainty our friends have accounted for our natures, so I suggest we do. Oh. Giving the orbital probe cannon all the power it can structurally withstand creates the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. Uh-oh. Yes, the probe must travel as fast as it can, as far as it can. I'll make some adjustments. Uh-oh. That sounds not good. This is Giant's Deep Protection Stone. I'm guessing this will show us something we've seen. Unless it's like the core? No, it's the construction yard. We've been here. Okay, cool. Full power, yeah. Is there not another place to put this? No? Okay. No, what the hell? Please step on the ground with gravity. Okay, let's read this now. It goes to 11. I have bad news, Avens. Yarrow says there was a problem with the proposed power source, so the orbital probe cannon won't be asked to fire. We've read this before, or something almost identical. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb. I wish I were, but no. Tell Privet and Mal they should return. An update, Mal and I will join you and Daz. Yeah. We've read this. Okay. So, we've been getting repeat things now, but I guess that's good to a degree. Let's go up on the other side. Weird. Oh, there's a thing over here. Is this the launch? What is that? I don't want to press that yet. There's like little... These usually have readings on them when we do certain things. What is this? Is this... I don't know. Let's do this. There's like little stops along the way. Is this turning us? Weird. Can we see different components of the probe cannon? It says 9 minutes 16 seconds ago, request to launch probe received from Ashwin Project. Cannon aligned with randomly selected probe trajectory, gravity field activated. What? Is this gonna launch the probe? I don't think it's gonna work. Come back. And it's gonna give us another reading. There it goes! That was exciting. Orbital probe cannon launch requests received. Probe launch successful. Probe tracking module is receiving big data. Orbital probe cannon structure compromised during launch. Damage to multiple modules detected. So this is all a log of what happened and why it's all broken now. I'm not sure. I really don't know, but we're gonna keep going and then we will figure this out. It says it's updating our ship log every time. Obey gravity, it's the law. Oops, I want this one. Damage report, severe structural stress detected. Assessing damage to modules. Control module intact, no structural damage. Launch module, viewport window fractured. Module exposed to vacuum of space. Probe tracking module is missing. Okay. Isn't there another one down here? You see that? Oh, no, that's just waiting to be written on. And we saw the launch module. We saw a picture of it being exposed to the vacuum of space. Oh, the red lights are from Giant's Deep. That's why it keeps flashing red, because it's from the storm. I don't understand why this is on a track the way it is. You know? It's cool, but I don't understand. If it's just a record of something that happened, why is it giving us the ability to go back and play with it some more? What was this one again? Did we read all of these? I feel like we read 3 of them. No, we did read 3. There wasn't a reading thing at the start. Okay. That's when it broke. The launch one was really cool. Love the lightning. Missing. Control we're in right now. We could go look at the launch one, I think. But I feel like we're going to get sucked into the vacuum of space if we try to. But sure, why not? Okay, my jetpack skills are so bad. How the frick? Please, send me back. There we go. Okay, and then this one has 0G in here, right? And it's horribly difficult to get to. What is this one? Launch module. This is probably a mistake to go to. Oh, we can't, but we can launch the scout. I love that it reminds you that you could launch the scout every time. I mean, it's just gonna show what we saw through the pool. There's a bunch of stuff. The little tube floating around. Yeah, I don't know. And maybe some bramble inside, but I can't see that from this, so I don't know. Oh yeah, there is a little bit of bramble inside. Sucked into the vacuum of space? Sure, why not? Uh-huh. Text prompts are on point, except when they're not. Oh no. Okay, that was cool. Now what? Let's read the ship log, maybe? Because we saw control, launch, and then whatever the other one is. That's the launch one. I don't remember the 3 symbols. 1, 2. The one that's marked with 3 is the one that's missing. And it's just like this big hole. This one. There we go. Okay, so if we wanted to jump out there, we could, but maybe let's not. How do I get back to my ship, though? I don't remember that, and we're gonna run out of fuel. Oh, out here. The one that doesn't have a marking by it. Okay. Okay. Let's do the thing. Okay. The scout reminder is good. I wonder if maybe they did it so people wouldn't assume it wasn't passable, or to avoid thinking it was passable. I don't know. It didn't seem like I could fit through there, so we used our scout. Ship's log. Wow. Broken remains of the Nomai space station in orbit around Giant's Deep. There are 3 access ways branching off from the central hub. The orbital probe cannon was created to find the precise location of the eye of the universe. The Nomai pushed the orbital probe cannon above its maximum power setting to create the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. The control module recently received a request from the Ash Twin project to launch the probe. The cannon was aligned with a randomly selected probe trajectory. The probe was successfully launched, but the cannon's structural integrity was compromised in the process. Damages detected in multiple modules. One of the orbital probe cannon's 3 modules, the launch module looks heavily damaged. There's a huge breach in the glass viewport. The launch module's viewport window is fractured, exposing it to the vacuum of space. Probe tracking module is receiving data from the launch probe. A Nomai computer reports the probe tracking module as missing. Okay. Sorry if that was confusing. By nature, it has a double negative. Oh, it's okay. No worries. I think I figured it out. Cool. Now where do we want to go? I don't know what else I want to do. Should we try to do some short little one-off thing, like go to the Interloper? Well, I don't know if Interloper is going to be short, but since we're out here, we could just try to fly to something where we don't have to land and walk all across a big planet. The Interloper is small. I don't think we can go to Quantum Moon because we have to do all this trial and these things, and I don't think we have the knowledge that we need, right? Land on Sun Station? No. No, definitely not. 1 question mark solved, yeah. Where's my water? What are the closest question marks to you? I don't know. Let's look at... I mean, I feel like all the question marks closest to us are on Giant's Deep, but I'm not sure I'm ready to try the ocean depths thing again. I did say I wanted to do that, but then we found the Tower of Quantum Trials and I got distracted. It's 2:30 a.m. for me. Need to get some sleep. Okay, Bonin, sounds good. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. It's been great stream. Thank you for playing this. Of course, yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad today went better than Friday. Friday was tough. I thought we might have to take a break and play a different game for a bit. Bramble is close, I guess. Not really. I don't want to go back to Brittle Hollow. I don't know. Let's maybe try to track down the Interloper again. Let's just see what happens. I don't know that we'll be able to find it, but we can we see it from here? We can. Oh, it even tells us the kind of path that the Interloper takes. So we're coming up on it soonish in our orbit. Ish. It looks like it will get pretty close. Interesting. We could just hang out. We could try napping and see how that affects the orbits. We haven't done a lot of napping yet. Get everything where you're at now. Interloper is super cool too. Yeah. We're gonna go explore a little bit. It's interesting. I don't know if I'll be able to tell, like... Okay, let me look at this again. Where exactly we're supposed to look? Does it orient us based on... which way we're facing, like when we turn around, kind of? I don't know how to describe what I'm thinking. Let's just launch. Let's just go on a little chase. 3, 2, 1, blast off. I think it'll be worth it. We get our cool music. And as long as we go away from the sun, we're fine, right? Well, that's not true either, but... I think we're gonna get pulled into giant deep gravity. Oh, is that the Interloper? I think I just went for it with the launch and started going. Returning to solar system. Good, good. Let's not autopilot to the sun though. I got too excited. I went too far. Interloper is a good name for Outer Wilds. Streamhopper Discord. Oh, I like that. That's clever. Okay, there it is. No, can you focus on something else? Okay. We're locked on, but I feel like chasing it is not gonna be a good strategy here. And if we try velocity matching, how's that gonna go? Because it's moving. Well, they're all moving. This is not going great. Okay. But I can see the sun. That's always a good thing, right? We're so far away. All right, let's see what we can manage here. This is gonna be tricky. Okay, now we're going so fast. I'm really bad at the leading and lagging thing because I end up going, okay, let's go catch it, you know, and you push a ton. That's all right. I tend to notice when it's happening even if I'm already kind of far gone. It's gonna be very interesting. I feel like there's just a lot of velocity matching that has to happen with this thing. There's the crack in the fissure. I think there's like other stuff on the surface too. Maybe? I'm not totally sure. Should we just land right on it? What's the surface integrity? Is it gonna collapse? I don't know. I still don't know if we can even land on this thing because we've tried to before and it just didn't work. It seems like we did this time. I hear noises. Are we freezing to death? What are these noises? Are we burning up? We're burning up. It's going into the sun. Of course. Because of the orbit of it. We saw the orbit of it. I looked at it on the map and I was like, yeah, let's go hop on and catch a ride. But to my own credit, we didn't fly into the sun. I just didn't put like 2 and 2 together because I could see the sun ahead of me and thought, oh, we're safe. It's right there. You flew into the sun on a comet. Look at that landing though. The landing was so good. Right as we got burnt to a crisp. Didn't fly, we're flown. Didn't fly into the sun, I got pushed, yeah. Not autopilot's fault. That's all I care about. Is my flying. How's my flying? Alright, that was super interesting. I want to do it again. I want to try to get back on the Interloper. I think you can't go at the end of your cycle, right? Your loop, because that's the inevitable death of the Interloper, perhaps? So you have to go earlier in the loop. It said... The journal says whoever ventured inside the fissure of the Interloper didn't make it. Is it because they ventured inside the fissure or because the Interloper flew into the sun? Or does it just get too close? I can look at the orbit again. Oh, I can't look at it from just hanging out here. We have to be on the ship. Okay, bye, Slate. Again. Your flying was great. Interloper's flying less so. Will Jen's update Interloper logs on this loop? Okay. I don't think... Will it say something about that? I don't think so, right? Now can I look at the map? Yeah. See, it's out there. Oh, it's really interesting. How much time do you get to intercept the Interloper? Yeah, that's a decent prediction. Should we do that? Will I get a chance to update the log or not? It does say there's more to explore, just don't know what. I have to go quick though because we don't have much time. 3, 2, 1, go. So maybe it'll have to be a quick prediction if you want to do it, TT. That's fine. I'm just not entirely sure that we'll make it. Oh, there it is, though. Prediction or not, I believe. Thanks, Austin. I believe, too. I hope we can get it. Hold off on this one. We'll see for the next. Okay. I don't know if I was too anxious to get moving. I don't know if we had enough time. What should the next one be then? I think after... Ooh, watch out for Bramble. Watch out for everything. After this, I want to maybe try Ash Twin again. Just because I'm so... I feel like we haven't had success there. I'm so curious. Is this going to immediately go into the sun? I don't know. I feel like it is. I feel like we're already... Well, we're by Bramble, and Bramble's far away, so we're gonna be okay, right? Boop. Let's not dawdle. Let's not delay. Let's see what happens. Is there anything else outside here that's not part of this fissure? I don't think so. I think it's just surface and fissure. Okay, so maybe let's just go for it, and this will be a short one. It looks very dangerous. It looks like the color of the supernova, but... Oh, is that happening while it goes into the sun? No, but that was the noise we heard before. Are we frozen? Ghost matter. Oh, we're gonna die to ghost matter. That was so weird. We're gonna die to the sun now. There's like no time because we have to go at the right time of the cycle. Receiving much stronger energy readings now that we're below the crust. Whatever it is must lie somewhere below, closer to the comet's center, and I'm starting to think it's more dangerous than we realized. Clary, can you hear us? Yes, but your voices are faint. I fear we'll lose communication entirely if we continue any deeper. Keep the shuttle warm for us, Clary. We'll return the moment we identify the source of the energy readings. I understand, but be cautious, both of you. And then as soon as I end this, I think we're gonna die, because... the noises. Trees detected. Which ones of these are safe? I feel like some of these are safe. Okay, so you can't like pick your path, it just kind of carries you out. And there's definitely ghost matter, but I feel like we can survive going past the ghost matter real quickly. But I don't know. That one is tempting. I only say that we can survive it if we go quickly because that one time that we didn't die to it. I'm surprised the probe doesn't die to it. You hear it going through the ghost matter, I feel like. Noises, quiet, spoopy. Yeah, this is weird. This is a lot right now. Oh, this looks ominous. Is this where we came from? Is that right in front of us? Oops. That one's like right at the front. What about this? It does a little hazard sign, that's right, I forget. And then this is where we came from? Oops, why? What in the world? I do not know what to do here. How are we surviving this long? Should we just pick one and see? Oh, I don't know. They're all gonna kill us. Let's just try it. Who's ready for a ghost matter thing? I think the ship log was already updated, right? Ghost matter death time. As long as we push through it, we're fine. But there's gonna be more when we land that we have to be careful of. Oop, okay. We're gonna die. I couldn't push through the second one. I think we could have stopped after the first one and then maybe rested for a second because we pushed through the first one. That was my bad. That was bad jetpacking. Because I think after the first bit of ghost matter, we could have maybe stopped for a second. The sun didn't eat us, yeah. All of them have ghost matter. I think so, but probably not. I don't know. It seemed like they all did. It's really hard to tell because the little scout goes so quick through that tunnel. So I have to sit there and go snap, 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 and press the button a million times. And then even that, it's not like it's like the scout is upright the whole time. So I feel like the scout's kind of turning all around and you're taking pictures, but you don't know which side of you the ghost matter is going to be on. Okay. It's important to remember ghosts matter, yeah. It was cool how it melted to let you in. I could not... That was wild. I could not figure out what was happening the first time we went there. And I heard the noise. I was like, what is it? I don't know. Let's just hang out. And then it turns out that's what we needed to get inside. Very interesting. Okay, let's see what we got. We actually didn't get anything. But we read that thing under the surface. It just didn't tell us stuff. Oops. Maybe not in that view. No, we didn't get anything. I thought it did say ship log updated. What a bummer. That's such a pain to get to. Okay. What did I say we were gonna do next? Sun station? I feel like that's my top mystery right now. Ash Twin and Sun Station, because Ash Twin has a way to get to Sun Station. Yeah. I mean both of those, because Ash Twin we haven't seen much. Ash Twin has those weird towers, and some of them have oxygen and some of them don't. And it has that big dish. And it's weird because you can't do anything on Ash Twin when you first get there. So we may have to do a couple Ash Twin trips. We're at 5 hours of streaming. I have to keep an eye on the time too. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. All right, so let's, can we just orbit Ash Twin for a little bit? Can we hang out and watch what happens? I don't want to land. We'll lose the ship. We'll run out of oxygen. Okay, let's go this way. I think it's dinner time for me. I'm gonna head out. Good luck with Ghost Matter. Arrow, thanks for hanging with us. We'll see you around. Have a good dinner. It's always good to have you here. Okay, now we're just... Here, let me try to match... I don't know what I'm doing right now. I think I got scared because of the sun, but I feel like you just gotta... You can't get this far away and still land, you know? Sun is indeed scary, though. Yeah, I don't know. You gotta be careful. I feel like I never know exactly how far off we are. And we're chasing right now, which is bad. But we've landed here a bunch before. I think I'm just nervous because my plan is to like orbit it instead of land. And we've not really done that yet. Okay, so there's the weird looking dish. And that has an elevator that brings you all the way to the top. But then you can't really do much, so that's not the answer, I don't think. This is all parts of the tower. So there's one of the towers. There's another one of the tower, but we can't land on any of that stuff because it's taking sand away from the planet at all times. So it'll just pull our ship onto Ember Twin, which we've seen before. It's so fun. There's another one of those dish things. So there's a couple of them, I guess. One on the top and one on the bottom, for lack of better directional description. Okay, going too fast. Stay calm. What is this one? Here's a tower. I think we've seen this tower. The one that's split down the middle. Let's maybe not get hit by sand. Orbital view is neat. It's fun to fly around like this. I don't think we're not seeing much because it's all just covered in sand. So much sand. But it's fun. It's good practice, right? Good practice flying. I think we're safe-ish if we hang out above these little dish things. So I should hang out there until we're ready, until there's more sand gone to try to run around and look at. Velocity match, velocity match, velocity match. Dun, 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 dun. I want to go this way and look at this thing again. The top of this looks cool, but we've landed on it. And I don't know that there was much to do there. I'm still not seeing anything that I want to land for. Here's this bridge. We've been on this bridge before. Oops. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see what our goal is. Here's another thing that just got uncovered, though. Another little piece of the tower, piece of the bridge. So if there's two of these dishes on either pole, like north or south pole, whatever. Oops, go this way, go this way. Are they connected? I don't think so. Oh, hi, Quantum Moon. Hello. It's poking its head. Always fun when we get a visit. Who can say? Yeah, I know. I feel like they are. But this one, okay, I see the little elevator, right? And the elevator just takes you from the midway point up to the top, from what we've seen so far. Okay, I'm getting a little close for comfort here. Just to keep our little orbital situation going. Here's another thing that just got uncovered. What is that triangle-shaped mess? What is that? Have we seen that yet? I don't know. Maybe not, because we keep visiting the same towers from what it seems like so far. This is something I feel like we could nap for and then just wake up and go to Ash Twin, because there's nothing to do until it's exposed. Well, that's not true, but it's a pain. Okay, there's a circle that's broken. We've been inside that tower. I know we've been inside that tower. Because it was broken and we have to like hang out on the edge of it so that we don't get sucked up into Ember Twin. This thing. What is this thing? Have we seen this before? It's cool looking. We're getting close again. What is this triangle thing? Do we know off the top of our head that we've seen it already? I don't know. I'm still... Oop, we're kind of getting close to Ember Twin too. I still don't feel comfy enough landing on any one of these particular spots yet. Is there something on top of this one? That's new? Oh, it's a cactus. That's not new. We've seen plenty of cactus plants. Triangle man's house. Cactuses are things, yeah. I'm doing the thing where I tip my head again. I feel like this is more and more difficult as it's getting smaller. I don't know. I feel like we've seen all these towers and I can't tell the difference between any of them, so I'm gonna have to make a map of just Ash Twin by itself because I don't understand it at all. We've been on that bridge and on those rocks underneath that part of it, right? Hang out here for a second. I'm just waiting until I go, yeah, there, that's where I want to land. But right now, I don't particularly care to land in any one place. You know? I just don't get it. Okay, we're getting a little too close though. If I'm saying I don't want to land, I'm kind of acting like we're getting ready to land. Also, I feel like we might have to if we get too close to the sun. No. I mean, we want to watch it, but I don't think that's a thing here. We've been on those little circular bridges. Okay, this is precarious. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. I don't know. Let's try the triangle one, I guess. Oh, we gotta make a decision. I don't know where to land. That's a good idea, though. Maybe on some rocks? Instead of, like... I don't know if this is still in the path of the sand. I guess we'll find out. That's kind of a silly way to find out, huh? Do we get sucked back up? I hear the noise. I think we still get sucked up, right? Because it goes over the rock? Or are we far enough to the right of its path? No. Okay. I wasn't sure. I guess that was a valid experiment. Then do we just park on the sand? But then how do we get back up to the triangle thing? Isn't the gravity here pretty... What's the word? Pretty loose? Pretty weak? God, I hate this planet. Oh, and the cactus plants are gonna kill me. This thing, that's right. It's got these things. Oh my gosh. So, how far? Okay, hang on. Can we close ourselves in here? Is that part of it? Oh, there was a view of the sun. Like, do we think that has something to do with it, having the doors closed? I think this one's broken. I think that's why there's plants growing in here, but I don't know. And without the doors open, I can't tell when the thing is coming. Beam me up. No, that's not gonna work. I almost want to go to the bottom of this place and see if there's something underneath it. Where is the thing? Okay, well, it's not over here. Is there something underneath this spot? Oh, but we have a long way to walk to get underneath it, and hopefully I don't die jumping down. Where is the sandstorm? Right there. We're back down here again, but maybe there's stuff underneath these rocks. I don't know. Last time we did something like this, we ended up dying, I think for lack of oxygen, so that's fun. Is something under here, but it's just more rock. I don't know. Have we ever got to the bottom of one of these? Maybe most of the time we're here, we just run out of oxygen. And that's why I've never had success here. And I've not carefully tracked what we've gotten to the bottom of and what we haven't. That must be it. That I'm just not meticulous enough. Well, here's our ship, so we have oxygen if we need it. I just don't know. I don't know. I thought we did see the bottom of one of these one time, once a long time ago. Here, let's just refill for fun. Okay. Yeah, thanks, ship. We picked a good spot for it. So I was definitely overthinking the ship landing thing, I think, because I'm pretty sure it's just the best to put it wherever. But I was so afraid to just plop it down in the sand. It seems to be okay, though. At least for now. It still might be on top of something that we're not aware of. It's so loud in here. It's cool how powerful they made that. How accurate they made that sound. Oh my gosh, I didn't think it was above us. Okay, my bad. This is all... We've been in this, like, canyon situation at the end before, too, I think. Where you can just kind of wander around under the rocks and there's nothing to do. What a strange noise. You think you were overthinking? Yeah. Exactly. And now our ship is gonna get stuck on a rock, maybe? Because it's sunk down so much? Okay, maybe land like next to this tower. I don't know how much control I have over where we land now because everything's just disappearing underneath us. So once the sand gets pulled away to a certain degree, here, now we can go in this, but I feel like it's just gonna take us to the top again. And we've done that, and then we can't come back down. We've done that, and there wasn't anything up there. Oh, I don't know. Oh, look, it's gonna get stuck. It's gonna leave us behind. I think we're at the end, though. I don't know. How much time have we spent on the surface without sand being down here? It's kind of interesting. Oh, there's no more gravity. Don't jump at all. I think we're okay. There goes our little supernova is gonna happen soon. Are we getting eaten up? Not yet. Less mass, less gravity, yeah. I don't know, we're just gonna do this. The music's about to start. Is there less gravity so then this'll shoot us out to the sun station? Is it gonna catapult us into the sun? Whee! No. I'll never understand. But they have all these little, like, platforms along the way. The surface is pretty. Here's the bottom of one of these. Have we seen this yet? No, but there's nothing to do under there. Here's the bottom of this. But I think we've done this before. No, there's nothing in here. We're on the bridge again. We've been on the bridge. This is cool. The surface looks really, really different than any of the other ones because how close you are. And for whatever other reason that I don't understand yet. Sparkles in the surface, yeah. The elevator's too well behaved, yeah. The elevators are good. The Nomai are good engineers. Okay. I don't understand. It was a neat trip, but it wasn't ship log productive. I don't understand what else to do. With Ash Twin. I don't get it. It's just, am I really supposed to make that meticulous of a record of the surface? I guess so. and track exactly which towers I've been to and how many towers there are. Maybe we're less worried of the sandfall. That's true. We learned a lot about parking and about, I mean, that orbit thing was fun, and we know that we can hang out and wait because there's nothing to do on Ash Twin until you get to the surface. But then once you get to the surface, it's just a bunch of rocks and towers without trees in them. I don't want to go back to Ash Twin. It's boring. There's nothing, we haven't found anything to do there. There's gotta be something, but it's just some thoughts, but I'll keep them to myself. Okay, Magus. I appreciate it. No spoilers, or I don't know if there's spoilers, but they could be leading thoughts. Several large towers form a ring around the equator, yeah. The White Hole Station was used as a model for these towers, which were built for the Ash Twin project. And I noted, what was that noise? Just neighbors, maybe? I noted that the purple grid on the floor looks like the purple grid in White Hole Station. And we've seen the little, it's the Nomai ruins, the little, like, I don't know, squared off spiral. We've seen that on several planets. And it looks like the one that when we are on White Hole Station, it teleports us back to Brittle Hollow. I got nothing else. What does this say? The central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. Every memory recorded by Nomai statues transmitted. So even that tells us, it makes me think we can't get inside because it's sealed off by an immensely, whatever I just said, the shell. What does it say about White Hole Station? To use a tower. Every warp tower is tuned to a specific astral body. To use a tower, you must be standing on the warp platform during the tower's alignment with its corresponding astral body. The alignment happens when the astral body is directly overhead. So it's very interesting. It does make me still think that those are warp towers. And I've just never been there when the right celestial body is overhead. But I don't think that's the case. What does this say? Hey, Laser, how's it going? Welcome in. How was your stream? How are things? Welcome, friends. Hello, hello. Thank you for that raid. Can I get a shout out, please? We are puzzling away at Outer Wilds. You came in just as I'm thinking out loud through everything we've learned. Mower Man, how's it going? I'm Jen the Human. If you don't know me, I do wholesome and peaceful gaming and space exploration. Oh, I don't think... Thanks, Semi-Cortex. I don't think you could do that. It's okay. I got you. I hope you had a fantastic stream. What were you playing? Doing Super Mario Sunshine. Nice. Oh my gosh, I love the music in that game. It's so happy. What up, party people? Yeah, we've been playing. Have you played Outer Wilds? Have you played this game before? It's intense. It's a lot of piecing together the bits of dialogue and story and solving the mystery. Music was fun. Gameplay kicked my butt. Yeah, I feel you. I've never beaten it. I played it on stream, I think for a day, right? I don't remember how long we spent on it, and it kicked my butt. But it's a cute game. The roller coaster level kicked my butt as far as the camera and looking around and trying to figure out what was happening. Have 2 worlds open and I'm stuck on the shines on both of them. Yep. I feel you on that. Yep. Because it only lets you progress in the world if you get that one specific shine. There was a racing one. You have to ride on the back of the little creatures and do racing in the water. That was really hard. Cute game, though. Blooper racing. Yes, thank you. I couldn't remember the creature names. Of course, they're bloopers. Oh my gosh. We are, here, I'm trying to scoop my chair up, but it doesn't want to. Forgot how linear the aspect of sunshine is. Yeah, yeah. If there's a shine you don't want to go after, that you just are kind of... That's it. The Floodless Challenge in the first world. Oh, I remember. That's right, the Floodless Challenges. I had forgotten about that. I don't think I did that one either. I don't know. There was one we got to that was this block, or this like giant section of blocks shaped like a bird or something, and you had to survive as it was flying and turning. That was wild. Well, we are trying to piece together the warp towers in this game, so feel free to hang out, chill and listen to me ponder for a bit. But I am a little bit just recapping all the things I've learned and seeing what I've missed. Warped objects appear to arrive. We read about this. The negative time interval. Yeah. Northern Glacier. Nomai were able to warp here from the White Hole Station. This is where they first recreated warp technology. What about, is there anything about the Nomai ruins on Timber Hearth? Village, Zero G Cave, Esker's Camp. No. Maybe, maybe not. It doesn't look like it. Got 2 bird coins. Nice. The bird. Yeah, that was so hard. We did not beat that one. Old Settlement, Escape Pod, Anglerfish, Sunless City, Church Camp. Oh, I should look at it like this, right? Because if it's here... Nomai Mines? No. Maybe... Do we think there's a warp between the mines and Ash Twin? Maybe. Could be. We still haven't gotten that far inside the mines. Do we want to go back in the mines as the last thing we do today? I don't remember what stopped us last time, because we got pretty far into the mines. And then I don't know why we died or turned back or didn't continue. I'm not sure. Have 100% sunshine, but I don't remember most of it because it was back at release. Oh my gosh. That game. The cave of the very center of Timber Hearth. We repaired the satellite. Yeah. That was way back in the beginning. Okay, yeah, sure. Why not? Why don't we go to Timber Hearth, my favorite planet, for our last mission? Should we do a prediction? Revisiting places can always be interesting for recontextualization. Should we do... I agree, Austin. Supernova death versus other types of death? 3, 2, 1, go. I don't remember exactly. I feel like we can just do this view. Oh, maybe not. It's a little odd. It doesn't give me the control that I want. We explored... Oh yeah, I remember we went to Geyser Mountains and didn't find what I was looking for, which I don't know what I was looking for. But they're cool looking. They're pretty. Here, is this smoke over here the crash that we're looking for? Oh, we're not looking for the crash. That's the bramble seat. We want the ruins. Huh. Is that this over here? Oh, what is this? Is the ruins. Yeah. I think we can land pretty much anywhere. Good enough. Okay. Oh my gosh. We're back here. What's the quickest way in? Probably not jumping down from the trees, eh? Let's go around here, though. This might be the quickest way to get to the waterfall. We've got a good jetpack. Should we just do this? I don't know. Okay. Have we ever been up there? I don't think so, but that's not what I want to do right now. Whee! Quickest, safest way? Yeah. You say you're bad at jetpack? I am bad at the jetpack. I try not to be. We get lucky sometimes, alright? I think this is the first time we saw a door like that. We got those doors pretty early on. These tracks? You see those tracks? That reminds me of the things that the hearth gets lifted up on. Wait, what was that? What was that noise? I thought I heard that door noise again. Oh well. Oh, that's right. We can't... Okay, we have to kind of go down because there's water in the way of stuff. We can't see. I think there's other things up top that we want to go to, but this is how we've gone the other times as well. So we'll do this again. Unless there's something lower down. I don't know what happens if you go like all the way down there. Probably fall into space for all we know. Okay. We've been here before. And there's a projection pool in here, I remember. Still amazed by how much ore Ash Twin project requires. Isn't this the ore for the remaining towers being built on Ash Twin? The completed towers I've seen are quite large. The material for those towers is all being taken from Ash Twin. The ore we're mining here will be used to craft an immensely thick protective shell. Okay, we've read this. I'm gonna skip this for now. This is where we came in and that's blocked by water, I think. Is there another way to go when you come off of this? No, I looked around. Okay, I'm a little bit clunky here, a little bit slow, but let's try to be methodical. Oh, there's that other tunnel? Nope, that's the same tunnel. Okay. Making sure we look around and are thorough. So there's nothing here. We've looked in this projection thing before, but I didn't know what I was looking at. It's Ash Twin projection, so this is gonna show us the masks again. There's 2 paired masks. Myself. Oh, 3. Myself, Gabbro, and... I don't know. How do I put this back down? Here we go. 3 masks. And what's and who haven't we talked about in forever? Feldspar. Right? My gratitude for the latest shipment. Oeno, this ore should be the last we'll need for Ash Twin Project. Once we finish the shell that seals off the central chamber, we'll check to ensure there are no longer any physical entrances. Rami and I will be checking the interior and then the exterior for cracks, our final safety check. This is exciting news. Can I offer an extra set of eyes for this final check, specifically mine? If my work here is complete, I'd be delighted to help. We'd be grateful if you would. The more eyes, the better, as the smallest flaw or opening in the shell that protects the Ash Twin Project could lead to disaster. Okay, so I don't know that we're gonna find an entrance. And I don't know that there's anything else in here. Can I use a scout for something in here? Feldspar, yeah. We haven't talked about Feldspar in a minute. We haven't really... Other than, like, I know... Oh my gosh, one of my audio panels just fell off the wall. Thankfully, they're foam. We haven't talked about Feldspar. We know how to find the harmonica sound if we want to. Sealing off the entrances, I hope they planned accordingly. I thought you had forbidden your apprentice from making puns. How else would you improve? We've read this. I'm relieved by our clan's decision to use Timber Heart's ore only for constructing the shell. If eventually life on this planet were to evolve to the point of advanced metallurgy, I'm confident we won't have destroyed their ability to create. Yeah, I don't know that there's other stuff down here. Can we? Okay. Will you all bear with me if I try to explore the bottom of this cavern? Is that a weird thing for me to want to do? I don't think it's weird. Very nice of the Nomai. I read this so early on in the game and I had no idea what any of this meant. But now I have a much better understanding of this area. And it makes sense that there's not too much to do here, maybe? Let's just... Oh my goodness. Streams, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you? Hi friends, how was your stream? What were you doing? Always do what you want to do. Go for it. It's your playthrough. Thanks, friends. Oh my gosh, the herd is stampeding in. What were you playing? How is everything? Let me get you a shout out. You were doing BioShock. Nice. How was it? Welcome in. I'm Jen the Human. I do wholesome and peaceful gaming and space exploration. We've been really having a good time with Outer Wilds. We're kind of at the point of the stream where I'm trying to put the last few pieces together and figure out what's going on, kind of recapping what we've learned so far, but it's been good. I don't know if you all have played this game. Kelsey, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Thanks for coming in on that raid. It's good to see you. We're also gonna jump to the bottom of this cavern right now. Oh yeah, I can do a scout. And figure out what's down here. It looks like just water. So maybe I don't need to jump down there. I always forget that there's this light source. This, ore is sparkling in the same way that the Ash Twin ore was sparkling. So that's cool. Can I go through in here? I don't think there's anything over there. We've made so much progress on the stream and have some nice juicy leads for next time. I think so. I like to think so. Once we get in here, I don't know how we get out. There's just these nice underwater fountains down there. And that seems to be it. It looks cool. And you can see like the bottom of that tower. I can do this, right? Yeah. So we can get back out. Very compelling stuff. Sparkle connections, using the scout for illumination, an often forgotten function, yeah. I'm trying to remember more and more. Is there something up there? Sorry, excuse me. I think you can just see, like, the door where we came in. Yeah, I don't think there's anything up here. Okay, cool. Lil Scout's the best. We do like our Scout. So, I'm glad we came back. But I don't know that we... Well, it was worth it for sure. There just wasn't a ton to do. Let's go back out here. Where does this go? That's where we came in, right? Are there any other branching paths? No. Gotta sit up straight. I was slouching big time there. Oh, I wanted to see if I could get up here to the side. Gravity! Okay, well. And I think there's ghost matter down here that I have to watch out for. Gravity is so much stronger now. I'm not used to it. We've been doing so much adventuring. Oh, there's some. I want to know more about ghost matter. Does it give off a signal or something? Bonking into redwoods, yeah. Oops. I want to know where that goes, that little arch up there. Doesn't that look fun to explore? We can try going back to the ship and seeing if we can get over there in time. Okay, nice. Disagree with Twitch about Hype Ghost being a ghost? Wait, Brain Slug, right. It's not Hype Ghost, but there is a Hype Ghost emote, I think. I don't think we actually need to get on the ship to go over to this spot. I think we can just walk over here. Does it just takes you outside. So if you wanted to land, you could land here and you'd be that much closer to the entrance, I think, is the idea. That's cool. Ooh, there's a lot of ghost matter in here. You see that? Huh. I don't know why I just did a full circle there, but there's a lot down there. Interesting. Good thing we didn't just jump up there then. We would have died. Potentially. Huh. Yeah, I don't understand really what ghost matter is yet. You can go to the top of this thing. Snow. And then this is just the rim around the edge of where we were inside the mine. Fascinating. What else are we close to? Some trees over there, but I don't always... Trees don't always mean that you're close to a crater. The sun soon? Well, true. This is unfortunately true. Look how weird Whitehole Station looks with the Interloper over there right now. It's interesting. And then we could look at these ruins again. We haven't looked at them in a while, but I was talking about the ruins earlier. Oops, come on. Ooh, everything lined up over there. Kinda, sorta. Brittle Hollow and Whitehole Station. That's not everything. It just looked cool. Wait, that's not Whitehole Station? What is that out there? I don't know, I got confused for a second. Every object's distance to sun in the near future, 0 meters. I wish we had time to go back home. Look how it looks like everything is lined up. You see that? I don't know if that's just coincidence as, like, per where we are right now. I feel like it's just coincidence. Oh, interesting. You see that? Can you see ghost matter when you're landing? There was like a little bit of a green cast in some of those areas. I didn't know that was a thing. I wanted to come back over here again because we still haven't found anything at these mountains. But I don't know that we will. I just think they're interesting looking. Nothing, huh? Alright. Is this the crater or is this home? This is the crater. It's the bramble. Home's over here. Let's go home. We're back. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. Ooh, that was a nice one. Okay. Outer Wilds is one game I like but have seen too much of it to play myself. Oh no! It's okay. It's a fun one to watch. That's like kind of Undertale for me. I might have watched too much, but I feel like you could still benefit. There's so many surprises in that game that you could still benefit from watching it again. Even if you've already seen too much. I almost wonder what happens if we go back to the observatory and there's little hints and clues in there that we haven't seen yet. I don't know. I don't think I have time to get there. Well, maybe. It's nice to be home. Remember how much time we spent here the first day? We spent a lot of time here. We did return, yeah. It's nice. I like returning the first, returning the last loop of the day, coming back here. Here's my statue. Sup? What new stuff have we learned and now more of this makes sense? I don't know. But let's go up here. Can we look through this? Can we do anything with this? No. It would be cool if you could like look through that telescope as it was happening. Can you see this, how big the sun is during the last 60 seconds? Weird. Here comes the sun. Timberhearth is a good home. It really is. Fun astronomy terms for that: planetary alignment, conjunction, or my personal favorite, whatever that is. Syzygy. That's a good word, if that's how you say it. It's a good word regardless, it's cool. A cool concept. I want to see if you can watch the supernova from this view. You can. You can see how fast it takes everything. Big boom. Bye. Hadn't considered watching it through the map. It's kind of interesting, yeah. I wonder if you can see like you can see kind of the light flash off the other planets when it happens. I wonder if I look closer if I can see other events that happen right at the boom. Sun almost big enough to swallow the twins. It's so scary being on the twins when the sun's that big. Nailed the pronunciation, yes. Salty Marks, how's it going? Welcome in. You arrived early to the stream. You're just in time for the last loop of the day. That was a good one. I've never seen it from that view. It's a work in progress, but I created the Interloper for Outer Wild stream hoppers. Oh my gosh, did you really? That's fantastic. We have one now. Wow. To be fair, I haven't been a stream hopper yet because I haven't beaten the game, but I'll have to join in once I'm done. It's gonna be a while. All right, let's eat a marshmallow. Check the log. Ponder. And then we gotta wrap stream. It's 6 hours. We haven't had a full 6-hour stream in a bit. Since day one of Outer Wilds, maybe? Actually, it might have been kind of recently. Let's go read our log really quick. We've got one new thing in the mines. Yep. Once the shell was finished, the Nomai checked to ensure there were no longer any physical entrances or cracks. So I don't think we can do it. I don't think we can get in as much as I think it's exciting. But how do we get to the sun station? I don't know. It's not that I need to go inside of Ash Twin. I thought I did, but I don't know that I have to get to the sun station. I think it has something to do with the warps. But I don't know. Because look, it's next to the entry about the White Hole Station, Ash Twin Towers. It talks about warping. Sunless City. But Sunless City's not on Ash Twin. Mysterious warps. I know, we gotta figure out the warps. I don't understand the warps. As a great movie once said, when you doubt your powers, you give power to your doubts. The good news is that it's not saying there's more to explore there. Oh, the mine? Yeah. Or Ash Twin Towers. Oh, you're right. Maybe we do have to fly directly into the sun/sun station to see it, and that's as close as we can get. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we have to fly to Sun Station. It says there's a safe way to do it. The safe way is not flying to it. But I do not understand how to get there. Alright. Our leads for next time. Keep looking for Sun Station / warps. Bramble. We have to do more at Bramble eventually. I'm glad that there's nothing... Okay, here's the thing. There's probably information on Bramble. We can just chat. You don't have to do this silent ship log screen while I ponder. There's probably information on Bramble, but what we know about Bramble is the third escape pod never left. There's a diagram with the mural where the third escape pod is like all trapped up in the Bramble. So maybe we find the escape pod. I don't know. Looks like next stop is Sun Station. We've got infinite lives. I know. Make a YOLO flight. We could. It's just gonna burn us to a crisp. What else? Quantum trials. I'm gonna think and sleep on the quantum trials and figure it out. I'm gonna go find the cyclone that goes downwards into Giant's Deep, but we put that off for now, but we will go back and do that again. It's an interesting lead we haven't thought about for a while. The escape pod / Bramble thing, yeah. Nothing wrong with pretending to be a Mallow. There's so much good stuff. I'm happy with how things went today. Thanks for everybody that participated in our predictions too. And if you won points, congrats. If you didn't, there will be other chances to win them back. I kind of liked adding that. I thought it was fun. It's hard to come up with them on the spot, but I think the death ones are good. Before I tell you my plan for what we're doing, that loop, we can do the predictions. As long as I don't give you too much information, because then it skews the vote. All right.